Good evening. This is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:30. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Hassler.
Here.
Mrs. Stufen.
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski. Mrs. Troutman.
Here.
Mr. Collins.
Yep.
And Mrs. Arvanitis.
Here.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Here. 7 board members present. Could I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
I move that the board move into closed session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, and for discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.065 ILCS 122C21.
Second. Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays. The board is going into closed session. Evening. Okay, it's time to start. All right, today is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. This is a regularly scheduled Board of Education business meeting. We have all 7 board members present. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 this evening for items listed on the agenda. At this time, we'd ask that you stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so tonight we start off with the best part of the meeting, which is spotlights and recognitions. And tonight, to begin our school spotlights, we are going to hear from Edison and Field. And so I will ask Mr. Pliskota and Miss Thomas, or is she coming? Who's hiding? Oh, no, okay. All right. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Board of Education President, Mrs. Cafario, Superintendent Dr. Campbell, board members and cabinet members. Mrs. Mary Greska, she's been our school librarian for the last 17 years. I'm going to tell you a little bit about her and some of the work that she's doing at our school building. Yes, it is.
But go ahead.
Mary, about 2016, a team of administrators went to the Model Schools Conference sponsored by the International Center for Leadership in Education. I returned from the conference with an idea for our school, and I approached Mary Gresko with the maker space idea. I explained how this problem-solving, team-centered collaboration worked and that it could fit into her library. Not surprisingly, Mary had already heard about it. And with her drive, I knew this idea would grow and continue to grow as the years passed. Rudy, you said there was a clicker here. Thank you. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you, thank you. I knew that was, let's go back there. Mary began the makerspace as a part of her library. It was a part-time library, part-time makerspace, and you can imagine her logistics with materials and workspace. When our district went to one-to-one devices, we removed the TRC in our computer lab. Our makerspace now had its own home. Mary quickly filled the room with toilet paper rolls, pipe cleaners, cardboard, paper towel rolls, paintbrushes, and so much more. Now, with our construction, the makerspace classroom was solidified as a separate room and a class within our building. My joy is watching the students work together and solving problems that Mary presents. She teaches students to talk to each other, to explore ideas, to make attempts, to fail. She leads them not only by guidelines, but by the project. Once the guidelines are set, the students themselves move the project forward. Her lessons are not just a Pinterest form of building or making. She informs students about their project. She builds background about the project. She teaches lessons that have meaning and, most importantly, that the students remember and they learn from. Mary Greska's, the LMC, is the hub of our school. She's been our school librarian, like I said, for the last 17 years, but really she's much more than that to our staff and to our students. She loves her job, everything about it. Well, with the exception of cafeteria duty. Yes. Okay. Here to tell you about the work that she does with the students is Mary Gresko. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know how to start this now, but you've embarrassed me. All right. So we call it Edison Studio. We try to relate our namesake to the work that happens there. Not only the inventiveness, but also Thomas Edison's approach to failure. You know, I didn't fail 10,000 times. I just successfully found 10,000 ways that didn't work. And that really is something that we build in through our projects in Edison Studio. That is a shot from last week or the week before. It's a very busy place. It does not look like a normal classroom. There are large tables that are on wheels that can be moved about. It is designed specifically for small group work. The students never ever work by themselves when they're on a project here. It is always small groups. And I know just looking at all of you that you know how easy it is to always work in a group. for sure no one here has ever had any issues with working in groups. So these kids are doing this at a very, very young age. They do it very, very often. Not only do they do it in their classrooms, but they also do it in Edison Studio. So they're getting a lot of practice with those challenges that come up when you're working with other people. There are, in that room, wait, hold on. In the room, you can see there, not only are the tables, there are these great electric outlets that come from these cables in the ceiling. And these allow us to charge robotics right at the tables. Devices can be charged right at the tables. And it really gives, the whole room gives the kids, you are not in an average classroom now. So it is a great space. Quickly, to run through some of the projects. This is a first grade project that is built on children's literature. We always try to use children's literature. We try to build in research skills and then the components of STEM. This is built off of children's literature that students in first grade have a couple of weeks, which really is only a couple of hours, to come up with a plan to protect a garden from crows. And we give them the supplies. The book is about protecting a garden from bunnies, but now we change it a little bit, and now they have to come up with a way to protect it from crows while still giving the plants what they need to survive, sun, water, and air. So this challenge is perfect for the first graders. We give them the materials. They have to take it through to the end and protect the garden from crows. On the other side, oh, I think that's both of those. When we share out at the end, sometimes it looks like a mess or a birthday party that has really gone off the rails. But when they share out at the end, which is you'll hear later is a very important step, we will hear all kinds of things. They have underground tunnels. They have security robot dogs. They have launchers, things that if the crow lands, it launches them. They cannot hurt the crows. So we learned that early on, that we cannot allow the hurting of crows. But it is really inventive, the things they come up with, and try to build the models for that. Second graders, there's two of them here. One of them is a science activity that they do, chromatography. They are fascinated with it. It involves coffee filters and markers and water, nothing too intense. It is another chance for them to stoke their science curiosity. They truly are amazed by the colors that come out of an average marker. If you have not switched over to a Keurig yet at your house, this is why you have no coffee filters left, because I know that kids do this at home. On the right is a great large-scale building kit. It's called a rigamajig. It involves ropes, pulleys, lots of oversized beams. Again, small groups. I've seen forts, cars, beds for stuffed animals, scooter sets, things like that. The one challenge here is they have to do it together as a group. They're so excited to do this, but they have to choose something to make as a group. In third grade, there's two different activities here. One is using our Ozobots. These are small robots. This is kind of, excuse me, kind of a math activity. We give them specific measurements. They have to make a racetrack for their Ozobot. They then have to code the Ozobot using these color codes, and then they can race other groups through the racetracks. They are quite competitive. The second one is a stop motion app. We start with children's literature, which has some great clay illustrations, and we see some stop motion videos, and then they are turned loose. They can make their own stop motion using an app on the iPad. It is the most challenging part of this for them is that it takes between 7 and 12 photos to get 1 second of video. So it is a great project. They love it. They would do it all the time if they could. They really love the stop motion. Fourth grade does country research, and when this country research is not sightseeing country research, this is country research if you were to move there. So the challenge is to make a 2-minute commercial. It's always about 5 minutes, but somehow it's supposed to be only 2. A 2-minute commercial to persuade people to move to the country. So they're not interested as much in the sites, but we try to get them thinking about things like jobs, government, foods, things like that. So then they use our green screen app to present that country commercial. On the other side is an idea that kind of grew out of the pandemic. We challenged kids to make a board game at home, and this was done at home. But it really did transfer well to a small group environment in Edison Studio. So we talk about the elements of a board game. We research Monopoly, how that came about. There's some great books on that. And then they make a board game. Fifth graders, sorry about the masks, but this castle project is not done yet. For this year, our fifth graders are working on it now. This is a great cardboard engineering project. We research castles, elements, history, purpose. They then have to craft a castle with a working drawbridge, a keep, and a flag, and 3 other design elements. Lots of hot glue, lots of burns on this, mostly mine. They use a special cardboard cutter, so they really can do a great job on the things on top of the castle, which I'm telling you are called crenellations. On the next is our dash robots. Fifth graders also use those. Our dash robots use block coding, which is great because it transfers to other applications later on. It has a lot of options for them to code. We also are fortunate to have some basketball attachments and some xylophone attachments. That is a picture of a spontaneous half-class collaboration which decided to do a free throw tournament, while the other half was doing marching band with the xylophones. So that was totally on their own in 5th grade. We just have them in small groups, but they made the group even larger. So that's in the treehouse. We wanted to take you through one project, just start to finish, super fast, just so you see kind of a couple weeks in the life of a project in Edison Studio. So we start out with some good literature. They then brainstorm. They know that brainstorming is just shoot the ideas out. This is not the time to assess. We all know that. They know that. It's very hard for young children to do that. But we try to get them in the habit of brainstorming. Then they have to draw a design or a plan. They have to label it with the materials that I've told them will be available. This is the biggest challenge they have. The first challenge they have as a group is to decide who is going to draw the plan. This is not a slam dunk. So it's just great experience for them. Then they move on to the cycle that, of course, engineers are in for probably the longest time of the project. They're building, they're evaluating, they're improving it, things are falling. They have to add to it, they have to blend their ideas, they have to make compromises, but they could be in this cycle for a while. And then finally, the cycle of sharing it out. This is when we learn what the things are on the tree houses. They have required elements, and then they can do extra things as well. There is, this week, I think we can all probably take the rest of the year off. There was a tree house made that was named our Tree Home of Joy. So everybody, our next generation, they are going to be a happy bunch. So that is, we have been able to do this because of the enthusiasm from Jim Plaskota at the very, very outset of this. The district has obviously recognized the importance of these activities for our young students with the terrific space we're in. Foundation 205 has funded numerous grants to fund lots of technology, the rigamajig that you saw, and lots of supplies, as well as the continued support of our great PTA, which keeps us in supplies, other creative tools, and things like that, so we can do this. Because really, the cardboard is great, the cereal boxes are great, but sometimes you have to have some real supplies. So we're thrilled to have the support of those groups. So in closing, that is a couple weeks in the life of Edison Studio. Are there any questions? We're happy to answer questions. I don't mean to be running away. I'm happy to talk about this.
Well, I just want to start off by saying thank you for, I've been able to see your makerspace at different variations, and it takes a tolerant teacher to allow a lot of projects and let students create. And just watching too your leadership through this process as makerspaces went from just a little corner of our libraries to now a main component of all of our buildings as we finish our referendum projects is really phenomenal. And I hope that as this is a great example for the community to see that those spaces, what they look like when the kids are in them, and we have our great teachers leading instruction and opportunities for the kids. So,
Yeah.
so
Thank
thank
you. It's
you for
exciting.
that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we have one recognition tonight, which is the INSPRA Award. And I believe that Dr. Campbell and the Communications Department are going to be doing that. All right, Dr. Campbell.
So I am going to ask Ms. Tanya Daniels and Mrs. Kate Sampson to come forward. And then you're going to turn. I know she is often behind the camera, and this is very uncomfortable for her. However, tonight we are so excited to recognize these two phenomenal leaders. Tanya Daniels serves currently as our Executive Director for Communications, and Kate Sampson previously employed at D205 as our Communication Coordinator. These two individuals have received awards from INSPRA, Illinois chapter of the National School Public Relations Association, in the following categories: in-house videos as well as website. On our in-house video, two particular projects were recognized. The class of 2022 answers, how would you describe your high school experience? As well as the video highlighting a thank you to our teachers. In addition to the in-house videos, these two young ladies were recognized for the website Build 205. INSPRA's mission is to provide a source of connection, collaboration, and professional development for school communicators in order to strengthen support for Illinois public schools, which leads to greater student success. Today, I would like to present these two ladies to our board and our community in celebration of these accomplishments and commend Mrs. Daniels and Mrs. Sampson on receiving such recognition of their work, as it was judged to be of the highest quality by school communicators from across the country. Congratulations.
Congratulations and thank you again for all your work in our communications. All right, next on the agenda is a public hearing for the annual budget 2022-2023. It is 7:24 and I will declare the public hearing officially open. And at this time, I would ask that Mr. Welton please provide an overview of the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget.
Thank you. We have the 22-23 budget for you tonight. First off, as far as our mix of operating revenues, due to our strong property values and our demographics, we collect less in state and federal revenues than the state average. We are at 90.8% local compared to the state average of 65.9%. Local revenues are made up mostly of property taxes at 82%, and the other local revenues include corporate personal property replacement taxes, tuition, interest income, food service sales, student participation fees, and textbooks. The operating part of the 2021 property tax extension was $120 million. We expected to collect 50% of that, or $60 million, in FY22. However, we collected much more than we expected, 53.4%, or $64.1 million. So this was a shift of $4.1 million into FY22 that we thought would have been in FY23. Replacement taxes were also high and exceeded budget last year, and the Department of Revenue's estimated another 7.5% increase for the 23 budget. Interest income will finally increase with rates going up fast. Evidence-based funding continues to be extremely flat for Tier 4 districts, and our federal revenues will decrease due to the reduction to the federal school lunch program. As far as our mix of operating expenditures, normally I say salary and benefits make up 80% of expenses. However, the transfers are larger this year, with $4 million for summer capital, $7 million for additional scope, $1.5 million for tech leases, and $0.33 for debt certificates. As for the staffing, overall, we are down 1.55 FTE, and certified staff, which is the biggest line item in staffing, are down about 7 FTE. So the changes that we've had from last month at the tentative budget to this final budget include updating our salaries with more accurate numbers based on the new hires. Learning and teaching had some additional budget needs that were not known at the time of the tentative budget. And we also had an insurance premium that was received after the tentative budget and some treasurer's bonds that were overlooked during the tentative. The net increase in expenditures from the tentative budget to the final budget is only $153,152. So in this 2022-23 budget, we really kept our staffing at just a maintenance level, and we invested in our new curriculum resources at the K-5 level, and we continue to invest in our facilities. Last year, we celebrated significant upgrades at Edison, Emerson, and the Transition Center. We just opened the brand new Lincoln School in August. Big projects are ongoing at Fisher, Jackson, Jefferson, and the new field is progressing on a daily basis. Todd will be presenting later about the planning and design of projects for our 3 middle schools and the York Auditorium. In this budget, we are transferring $4 million out of operations for the summer capital maintenance projects and $7 million for the additional scope in our construction projects to increase capacity in our schools. So at the beginning of the last fiscal year, July 2021, we had $61.4 million in operating fund balance. With the timing issues with the property taxes and then being under budget for salaries for unfilled positions, the operating fund balance increased to $68.3 million at the start of the fiscal year. And now with the investment in our facilities or investing in our community, we are budgeted to end the year of 2023 at $57.6 million in the operating funds. This still leaves us in a strong fund balance position. This slide also includes the non-operating funds for the debt service and capital project. As you know, we have closed on the last bond issue from the $168.5 million from the referendum. The revenues show up in the capital projects and in the debt service funds. The debt service funds take in property taxes and pay down any debts. And the capital project funds pay for all the construction projects going forward. And these just some of the pictures of our new construction, the new Lincoln, the new Edison, and the new field that is ongoing and progressing, and Todd will talk about that more later.
Okay, thank you. All right. So are there any questions from the board or comments? Chris?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions, Chris. Could you first just if you could provide some general commentary on how our administrative expense ratio compares to our peers in the state, just general guidance on that. And then you mentioned that FTEs were down moderately. If you could relate that to enrollment trends this year versus last, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, so in the state of Illinois, we have the administrative, there's a calculation done, and for unit districts, we are one of the lowest in the state for unit districts as far as administrative cost per pupil. As far as our enrollment, last year we were at 8,227, and we are currently at, as of this week, we are at 8,309, which is an increase of 82 students year over year. And as I stated, our staffing level, overall, we're down 1.55. Certified staff, we're down 6.8 or almost 7 FTE, but we did add those 10 department chairs, dean positions, which were certified last year.
And the FTE count, does that include open but unfilled positions, or is that just filled positions?
Though in the budget, we have all of the open positions.
Got it. Okay. And then last two, if you could just talk about how our fund balance compares to our own history, how that's trended over time and where we are right now, that'd be helpful.
So when you compare, so we do a fund balance ratio to expenditures in the operating funds. It comes out to 35.5%, but that includes all of the expenditures, including the transfers. When you exclude the transfers, the ratio would be more like 40.45%. We are definitely in a better position from a fund balance standpoint over the last 10 years. I would say this is right at one of the highest points, really, when I look over the last 10 years of fund balance.
Got it. And then lastly, just a comment, I wanted to commend the broader team here for locking in the vast majority of our financing for the various construction projects that have been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing at much lower interest rates than what exists in the market today. And in a school setting, that sometimes can be an overlooked factor, but it's an important financial risk to taxpayers that I think was aptly managed by the team, and we'll see the benefits of that for years to come. Much of the debt that we issued was financed at pretty low rates, and we accelerated the debt balances that we issued ahead of schedule. So a lot of good input from a lot of folks to get that done. So thank you for that as well.
Somebody else? Jim?
Chris, I just have one that hasn't already been covered. For the last 10 years or so, consistent numbers were that 90% of our funding came from local sources, 7% came from the state, and 3% came from the federal government. But this year, we're almost at 91% local sources of funding. The state has dropped to 5.8%, and the federal government has increased to 3.4%. I'm particularly concerned about the state. Is this because our local revenues increase and through the state's tiered funding formula, in that, as you pointed out, we're tier 4, so we get almost no increased funding from the state. The state's proportion has dropped to 5.8%. Is it correct to assume that because other sources have gone up and the state's has remained the same?
So there's a few factors. So when we have that 7 million transfer, we talked about that last month. The 7 million has to, by the Illinois Program Accounting Manual, has to come out of it goes out of the education fund into the operation maintenance fund, out of the operation maintenance fund into the capital projects fund. So that kind of inflated the revenue figures somewhat. But definitely, I was pointing out that the corporate personal property replacement taxes, which is considered a local revenue source, is higher, much higher, and it's mostly due to sales tax and income tax in Illinois has resulted in the increase in corporate personal property replacement taxes. Also, food service revenues the last 2 years had larger federal revenues, and then and very little local the last few years. And then in this budget we have more local revenues for food services and less federal. State revenues in the education fund, as you said, as you pointed out, with the evidence-based funding is very flat. But as far as the mandated categorical state revenues, the transportation, if you look at the transportation fund, we're getting less and less state revenues for transportation. It seems that that's an intentional, whoever's in charge of the state budget is intentionally reducing the amount in mandated categoricals for transportation reimbursement. So yes, the result of all of it has resulted in if you excluded the 7 million transfer, state revenues would be at about 6.1% and federal would be at 3.6%.
Thank you.
Was that all, Jim? Okay. Karen?
I'm going to try to make this question clear, but based on your answer to an email that I sent. So this budget assumes the 5% increase when we approve the levy, right?
So the budget has two different levies in it. The fall taxes, which was from the 2021 levy, and then there's the spring or the June taxes, May-June taxes that come in the spring. So that is the tax levy that is upcoming in that there will be an estimated tax levy done in November, and then there is a hearing and the final tax levy in December. So that hasn't been decided yet, or it hasn't been approved by the board yet of what that amount will be. But I did assume the tax cap, which is the lesser of 5% or CPI. And so I did have for the June taxes or May-June taxes an assumption at the 5% tax cap amount.
So I just want to state that I'm going to say no to this budget. And the explanation is because I said no to the levy. I think that we levy to the max and we need to think about looking at how much we really need. And I think we started last year, and that's why I said no. I voted no for the levy. And I know that based on our budget, we, are looking for more of the local community to support the education. And I think we need to look at it more closely.
Other comments, questions? Athena?
I just maybe comment more so than a question, and Chris, you can just make sure that my understanding is accurate, because I'm going to take a look at where we are today with this budget and then actually project where we can anticipate to be in May when we look at our cash flow basis at the end of May 30th, right? And so when I look at a budget like this, it looks, and I agree that we are in a stable position. I think that's a fair statement. And we also know that this board has made decisions that reduce what that fund balance is going to look like in 2 and 3 years in support of our facility expansions and making decisions around what we believe is best for our students and our community. So my point being that right now we're looking at, the documents that you have here in our fund balance of potentially 40%, just depending on how you look at it, is not necessarily directly reflective of future spending that we've already earmarked and made decisions on, and that we'll start to see those things potentially drop in the near future, like our fund balance, once those expenses are actually incurred in the short-term future. Yeah?
Yes, and we will be doing 5-year projections at the November 3rd Finance and Operations Committee. So that will help for you to see those transfers over the next few years will be included as assumptions in the 5-year projections, as well as we have had some, with inflation being as high as it has been, we've had some significant contracts related to busing and nurses, and we're definitely going to see more cost escalation over the next 5 years that will have to be factored into the 5-year projections for sure. So we wanted to do the 5-year projections ahead of the tax levy to make sure we can see what that will look like over the next 5 years before we look at the estimated tax levy and the final tax levy in December.
It's great. Music to my ears, and I really appreciate you putting that time and effort into that work. It's not easy to estimate those price and cost escalations when you're in a large referendum project like we are as a district, but then more so in education in general, right? What do students need? What are we going to be supporting and paying for? How is education evolving in the very, very quickly in the short term and in the long term? It's difficult work to do, but having that forward-thinking projection can help us make decisions today that are sound, especially when it comes to the stewardship of our financial dollars. So I appreciate you putting that out there, and I look forward to November. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I appreciate the attention to being thoughtful about staffing and keeping that either at level, or this year there was a reduction, and just being mindful. We know that's one of our greatest expenses, so being mindful of the balance of, we want to do what's best for kids, but we also need to keep an eye. That's one of our greatest levers in the budget. So thank you for that. And then just a couple of things that I just wondered if when November 3rd at the Finance Committee meeting, or when we start the discussion about the levy, if you could bring a couple data points. One is what we currently spend per student, and some maybe a little bit of historical, but also then comparators and just maybe some other districts, so we can get an idea of where our spending per student comes in. I know everyone has unique situations in each district, but as we move towards the levy conversation and some of those projections, I would like to see what that looks like, not just for us and historically, but also comparator districts. So that's one. And then the second one is there's the DuPage County where we rank in the tax rate in the county with other districts, if possible. possible. Okay? That,
I'll have both of those at the November 3rd Finance and Ops Committee for you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. So hearing none, we'll move on to only public comments if there are any just about the budget. So are there any public comments only about the budget? So if it's about something else, we have a different spot.
Budget.
Okay, so just please give your first and last name.
Certainly. My name is Ed Rohn, R-O-H-N. And I'd just like to say that the budget documents that have been presented are basically summaries of financials. And they're too vague to be really meaningful to the member of the general public to do any real oversight. I believe they should be redone and republished with more detail, with information on by departments and line items, et cetera. It's not believed that the published documents are actually in a compliant public disclosure. It should be redone. It's a huge budget, and the public deserves a lot more transparency on where their tax dollars are going, especially if, as we've been discussed today, that there's a tax increase on the horizon. Thank you.
Don't you give the line item? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Each month in the board agenda under the financial report, the line item spending for the district is available for the public, and we can look at other, we can speak, but that is available each month. So thank you. Okay. Then if there's nothing else, then the hearing is declared closed at 7:46. All right, so, sorry. We will now move on to public comment. We've allocated 30 minutes for public comments concerning items on the agenda, as well as communications, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. We ask that you be respectful. The board secretary will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And we have 5 speakers signed up for this evening. So with that, we'll begin with our first speaker, which is Tom Chavez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Chavez. I'm a 17-year resident of Elmhurst and a parent of a student in District 205. I'm here to talk about evidence, facts, and data, something the district repeatedly and emphatically tells parents drives their curriculum development policy. As most parents are aware, the education platform in District 205 has pivoted away from academic merit and rigor to emphasize social emotional learning and equity. Among the things that reflects these changes are relearning, retest taking, little to no homework, and the elimination of comprehensive final exams. Passing rates are up, but academic proficiency is down, and the district views this as progress. The new education orthodoxy is being sold to parents under the guise that facts and evidence show it's improving student outcomes. A communication from the district dated March 24 said the following: the SEL framework is evidence-based and helps cultivate skills that advance student learning and development. A 2022 year in review PR piece promoted the district's, quote, thorough focus on curriculum and learning and highlighted, quote, school improvement plans created with strong focus on ELA, math, and of course, SEL. I'm a parent in our community. I'm keenly interested in seeing all kids in Elmhurst reach their full potential. Those that need extra help should get the support they need to thrive. Others should not be allowed to use the SEL platform as a therapeutic crutch to avoid the hard work of real academic learning. That said, let's look at facts and evidence surrounding SEL. What does the data tell us about it? Does it really improve student outcomes? A Chicago-based organization called the Committee for Children created a video called Chicago, Pioneers in Social Emotional Learning. In it, they explained that Illinois was the first state in the nation to adopt SEL into its academic standards, and that CPS is a great example of how SEL is, quote, helping kids succeed.
Here are the facts from a 10-year CPS report card that coincides with the implementation of SEL into the CPS curriculum. Since 2011, CPS lost 16% of its students. The number of teachers was virtually unchanged. The budget increased 42%, or $2 billion. Reading proficiency dropped 70% to 21%, and math proficiency dropped 80% to 17%. In District 205, the 2021 data for 8th graders meeting standards for math and English dropped to 44% and 37% respectively, from 55 and 50 in 2019.
30 seconds.
I don't have a doctorate or a master's degree in education, but I can read and analyze data. It's hard to read the data and draw a conclusion that SEL is improving student outcomes in CPS or in D205. The next district-wide communication to parents should include the following: acknowledgement of the low proficiency numbers, a description of an immediate plan for academic improvement with clear objectives and a timeline, presentation of the district facts and data that show parents exactly how SEL has improved student outcomes. Where does that information reside? We'd like to see it. I'm not
30
asking
minutes.
for
Thank you very
more
much.
rhetoric and PR. I'm talking about data that draws a straight line from the implementation of SEL to improved academic outcomes.
Thank
the data
you.
should be available and shareable. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deanne Mazzocchi. She knows.
Thank you. Good evening, President Caforio, members of the board, and Superintendent Campbell. I am a mom of a D205 student at York and another in junior high. Last year, I raised multiple curriculum concerns, many of which were raised by other parents, but which my own students' York experience validated. A class was not conveying fundamental facts about American history and government, and rather than use the approved syllabus text, one teacher pledged online she was going to teach historically false Zen education narratives. Another teacher was recorded whining that the district didn't pay her enough to individually grade students' English papers. As I went through your process of trying to advocate for reform, it was disturbing that no one at the board or at the administrative level seemed to have any real insight into what was happening in the classroom, or even was willing to do deep curriculum review or oversight. Now with these new numbers coming out, and I have a child in junior high, and we see the junior high education numbers have cratered from 2015 to 2021, and this was not merely because of COVID. This has been a multi-year trend that started in 2015. At that same time I was looking at some of that data, I happened to receive an email from Kelly Assef, the Sandburg PTA president-elect. She was identifying some committees that needed some more parent volunteers. But as I looked at the list of committees, I was concerned, so I wrote Ms. Assef as follows. Hi, Kelly. I noticed there is no position within the PTA committees relating to curriculum. Is there a reason why not? Isn't that pretty essential? Can we create one? I know several parents who would be willing to serve. Warmest regards, Deanne Mazzocchi. In response, Ms. Assef wrote, Hi, Deanne, the PTA has nothing to do with curriculum, and even if it did, as a school counselor, I would definitely not take any input from someone who is not an educator and doesn't promote or believe in the benefits of social emotional learning. Thank you. This has been my experience as a D205 parent. Now, given this history, ideological rigidity, and utterly derisive attitude towards parent input in curriculum, is a downward student spiral in performance really that surprising? Now, I do believe I am qualified to talk about this, not only because I do education policy as a state legislator, but I've also served as the chairman of the board at the College of DuPage. I joined when the college was in crisis, when accreditation was at risk, and too many students were not reaching degree completion. Our board decided this was unacceptable, and we did not sit as a passive board. We led, we researched, we analyzed, we sought input, we asked questions, and then we set goals, issued administrative directives, and performed real oversight. We did this publicly, and we had constant accreditation, reviews, and presentations at public board meetings. We invested in all of these things because we knew we had to do better, and we did it publicly, and we sought input not just from our educators, but from all kinds of stakeholders beyond subject matter experts. Now, on these critical issues, the board has sat silent for months. You have hired costly, credentialed consultants, and they have delivered failure. The board should commit to real diversity, get parents at the table, and then maybe we can get some better results. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Sullivan. Next speaker is Bill Sullivan.
Good evening. My name is Bill Sullivan. My last of 9 children finished at Conrad Fisher School in 2019. I have told people in my 22 years connected to the school, there are no better teachers and leadership than what you find at Conrad. I think Jim's been around long enough that he would agree with me. Tonight, I want you to hear about the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, or at least when they do, they talk about in the not so subtle, prejudiced voice of low expectations. The proficiency level at Conrad School has now cratered over 60% from its high water mark, set several years ago. This is a 5-alarm fire. It wasn't so long ago that Conrad Fisher's proficiency scores did not look so different from the rest of the grade schools in the district. What changed? Poverty levels? No. We always had a significantly higher level of families in that category. Diversity? No. We have been a diverse school for decades. Mobility levels? Nope. We have always had an elevated level of mobile families. So what changed? Leadership changed. And I don't mean leadership in the school. During my time at Conrad Fisher, I saw principals and teachers that worked at heroic levels. The leadership I'm talking about is the leadership in this room. It comes out from this building. Some of the people responsible are still here, and some have moved on to other districts. We've been here before. In the late 1990s, we had a similar crisis. Proficiency levels were in the 30 percentiles. We got to work, and over a 10-year period, restored the academic performance of our school. How did we do it? A supportive school board and administration hired and empowered some of the best leadership and teachers anywhere. The academic expectations were immediately raised, not lowered. And parents were expected to be involved daily through nightly homework and participation in unique school activities. High goals for the school were set for each part of the community. We didn't use the language of victimhood that seems so popular today. Instead, we communicated the power of education to improve our lives and the people around us. We communicated personal responsibility and accountability for our success and our failures.
30 seconds.
It has been very hard for me to see that work dismantled and this ugly return to the prejudice of low expectations. Tonight, I'm asking the board for a plan, specifically for Conrad Fisher, that we address this proficiency crisis. The plan must have measuring tools for short, medium, and long-term benchmarks that provide transparency and accountability to the entire community. Conrad students cannot wait for another year
3 minutes.
or even another semester. Our community looks forward to your plan.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Porterfield. Next speaker is Sarah Porterfield. Okay. Next speaker, David Zerkowski.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Superintendent Campbell and the whole board. I have nothing prepared, but I can say this from recollection, and I can say it just off the top of my head. I had a son graduate from District 205 at Hinsdale South in 2009. He came to the United States, deaf, with Treacher-Collins syndrome. He looked funny, couldn't talk, couldn't hear. He graduated from Hinsdale South in 2009 and then went on to graduate from RIT in New York. And in that time, his education at Hinsdale South was incredible. I wrote multiple letters there talking about how fantastic the school was, how great the program was, and how it changed his life and made us feel so proud of his achievements. And all of that was true and fantastic. But just like what everybody else has said here, since that time, those graphs and charts are heading in an incredibly wrong direction. The tone, the topics, the victimhood, the stress on things that have nothing to do with education are taking precedent, and they're destroying people's mindset. My own kids, I have 2 non-white kids in our house who feel uncomfortable at the school because they are told multiple times how difficult or how privileged or how awful their white parents might be. I don't think they view it that way. They're living in our house. Their lives have been changed in a greatly positive way. Those charts that are showing the stats going down are also basically a chart of customer satisfaction. Your customers are the parents, and the satisfaction with the output and the curriculum is cratering. Confidence is lost. And I know there's times here we've had meetings where those voices got drowned out. I think people came and signed up and supported the schools because they thought it was the right thing to do, and any criticism about curriculum they wanted to stamp out. But a lot of those people were talking about the schools in the late 90s and the early 2000s.
30
They
seconds.
spoke about how great the teachers were, how strong the students were, and they were probably right. But that was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Those people who were speaking at that time don't have kids in the school anymore. They have no way of knowing what it is that's being taught. So I really hope that your ears are open and you're realizing that there's a majority, and maybe not a grand majority, but a silent majority of people who all think the same way as
3
everyone who's
minutes.
been up here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So a couple things before we move on to the next part of our agenda. I did ask Dr. Grenz at the last meeting. It was requested that we talk about data and student outcomes at the board table. And so I just asked if you could compile the list of where those meetings that we discussed. And I realize it doesn't include maybe all the meetings where we actually took action. I think that we agree. We need to improve. And if you aren't sitting here seeing all the presentations and reading all the materials about digging into the data about what's happening with our students and why certain metrics aren't higher, then I hope you will go back and watch all those meetings. I hope you will pay attention tonight, as that's the majority of the agenda. But to say that we're not about students is wrong. We are about students, and every single decision, whether it's about making sure that a facility is working so that our students aren't sitting in water and have to relocate, or whether it's making sure we have bus drivers to get the kids to school, all of those components make a great school district. And the work that we're doing here isn't about just being good, it's about being excellent. And anything less than that is unacceptable. And each person in this room at this table expects excellence from themselves and also from each other. And while we don't have always, maybe it doesn't look like a tough conversation, the reading, the questions, the thoughtful preparation to get us here, it's easy to stand up and say we want higher test scores because we want higher test scores. It's another thing to say, how do we break that down? I appreciate what Mr. Sullivan, when you spoke about everybody dug in and looked at what was going on at Conrad Fisher. That's what we're doing here. So I am very grateful for every person coming alongside of us, and let's do this together. Because it's easy to say let's raise test scores. It's different to be a part of a community that's supporting kids in every single way they need to be supported to help them grow and succeed and have an excellent education to set them off to success for the rest of their life. So tonight, we're going to do that work. Mr. Grenz, if you could give those lists of meetings where we did so that if people would like to go back and watch those videos, they are videoed. And also those dates will also be in the presentation tonight that will be shared later on. So Dr. Grins, if you could give those, that would be great.
So, good evening. In your board packet and available for public access is a memorandum to accompany the presentation this night. In that memo, you will see approximately 9 meetings: July 13th, 2021, October 12th, 2021, October 26th, 2021, November 16th, 2021, January 25th, 2022, February 22nd, 2022, March 15th, 2022, April 26th, 2022, and July 12th, 2022. Each of those dates has an introduction as well as a presentation, all available publicly, and as shared tonight's evening, we'll also have a presentation that focuses completely on academic areas of focus.
All right, thank you. And again, those will be in the presentation. Yeah, okay. All right, and then just finally, they're already in the board agenda, which is available online and they'll be in the presentation. Yep. Yeah, that's just the other. Okay. And it's already online.
So that information is already uploaded on Board Docs and available publicly. All of the dates that he has just referenced. The dates, the dates are already provided in the Board Docs for you, as well as the link directly to the presentations that are provided.
Okay. All right. There. So that's online. That's been uploaded. Thank you. Okay. All right. And all that's online because board meetings that there's a quorum of the board or the full board is present, which includes a business meeting, a committee of the whole, a special meeting. They are all videoed, live streamed. So I want to put that clarification out and, not sure how that was misconstrued in public comment. So, all right. Moving on to our agenda, let's get into the business of the board and work for our students. First of all, approval of board meeting minutes. Regular board meeting minutes, August 23rd, 2022. Are there any changes? Okay. Hearing none, those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session meeting minutes, August 23rd, 2022. Those stand as presented. Okay, well, here we are to talk about academic areas of focus and the journey of excellence. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Campbell, who's going to do the first presentation on the strategic plan.
Good evening, Board of Education. I have the privilege of providing you with the update and actually final review of the components of Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the strategic plan with the hopes that you all will approve so that we can then expeditiously move into Phase 3. I'm going to speak rather quickly through these first few slides just to continue to provide some contextual knowledge and information. Many of these slides we have shared previously. We've talked about the importance of having a strategic plan in improving student success. And what we've already heard today, the passion, the focus, the attentiveness of allowing this strategic plan to ignite us and to have some shared focus on students and the success of those students for the future. It also provides an opportunity for further alignment across our schools to go back to really ensuring that we achieve ambitious goals for our schools and that we provide a continual basis of measurement as well as communicating those key indicators of success. Whole system change is very complex and complicated. And as you can see, there are so many elements that actually influence and impact a system, particularly a system of our size, to actually move in a direction that allows for elevation of student success and outcome. However, what I really want to elevate in this particular graph, and this research is done by Fullen and Quinn and Adam, is that at the core of system change is this commitment to learning, and that it is cyclical and cycle in nature, where we're constantly looking at and learning and creating the conditions in which we clearly examine where we are. We create and foster a deep commitment to our moral imperative, which we will talk a little bit about from the values that have been collected by our community, and really making sure that we are building capacity, leadership capacity across all levels and across our organization. So you will hear us talk a lot and really focus in on a critical lever of change for us is centered in learning, talking about professional learning across our campuses, within our various departments, all the way down to the classroom as well as student level. One of the ideas of understanding the strategic planning process and where we are and where we want to go is really elevating evidence over opinion, really knowing what the impact is and really identifying how our strategies, how our objectives is driving us towards a particular outcome, and how do we make change based on that evidence. And so we again talk about that learning is not always linear. It's not always a causal effect to the outcomes that are driven. But if we create the conditions and create the opportunities for us to use data, to use information, and to really measure progress over time, that will then allow us to really know if what we're doing is working and the impact of that. And so you will hear that a lot from this administration and from this board in that work. So we're in coming to the conclusion of phase 2, and the idea is that we are seeking the board's approval with this so that the administration can move into phase 3. Phase 1, we really elevated this idea of community engagement, and once again, a board member shared earlier in a conversation is this opportunity for us to cast the net and to ask for our community at large to give input and to share with us what they feel is important, what they feel matters, what are some of the levels of which they want to have identified as priorities for us. You've seen this slide several times. We've had over 1,600 respondents in that. And to really highlight that, our 2 highest groups were parents of students attending schools, as well as 25% of respondents from our community members, with an additional of 157 interviews and focus groups, which speaks to the fact that we are reaching out and we're collecting data and collecting information, and you will see that that actually drove to where we landed with our values. So in phase 1 and phase 2, it was about our qualitative and quantitative collection of information, and then utilizing a strategic planning committee represented by those individuals that are there to look at and review the insights and the priorities that was gathered from the community data to make recommendations based on that information. Our survey data is produced these particular percentages. So once again, our community has identified that they really want us to focus on making sure that students are prepared and are ready for the next grade level and ultimately college and career. There also was a tentativeness and focus on hiring and retaining quality teachers and administrators, and then ensuring that there's a well-rounded experience for students and addressing student social emotional needs, and ultimately also providing a safe environment for students and as well as employees. So these values and these areas, you will see a direct correlation to how that shows up and is at play within the plan. Why? Because we started with ensuring that we were gathering information and data from our stakeholders and from our communities at large. This particular slide, I apologize for the size of that, but really this is just to kind of give an overview of how those very specific indicators up under each of those buckets really ranked within our community. Again, this deck will also be available publicly, and so you are able to go in and really dive a little bit deeper in that and to see what those particular skills in which our community identified as areas of prioritization for us here specifically in District 205. Once we moved from the broader community and stakeholder feedback on into looking at our community strategic planning committee to further analyze the data received from our community, then we moved into a phase 2, which involved our administrative strategic planning committee. We're unique here in District 205. We service babies from EC early childhood center all the way through York 12th grade, and even we have students that are with us in our transition. And so it was really great to have a representation of leadership that really represents across all spheres of our organization. And the role of this group was then to, again, take the data, take the information that we receive from our community, draft the journey of excellence, strategic priorities, and then make recommendations, as you will see today. We thought about this in very broad sense as the administrators looked at this data. We thought about, again, this is repetitive from previous presentations, that it is about the journey in our district, that District 205, again, we're unique, that we're a unique district. It is also about the simplicity of how we can galvanize as a broader community and have some very shared common language in which we talk about our work. And lastly, it's going back to utilizing data, to utilize the data that we have available about our students' performance, and really, again, to be able to cultivate and support our students to make sure that the decisions are centered on what is best for students, and the results are centered on the student experience. So we shared that in this completion of our phase 1 and phase 2, we will be bringing before the board what we are labeling the strategic plan. And that strategic plan in the original format was inclusive of the vision, the portrait of a graduate, a mission, core beliefs, and strategic goals and objectives. And so that moves us on to today, which is the content in which I would like to present to the board for your approval and for further discussion. And so, is there a way to have it set up where we had I had some really cool graphics where it was flying in and it's not? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We're going to improvise. It's okay. So what I wanted to show with this plan is that our original deliverables were around the vision, the portrait of a graduate, the mission, core beliefs, and strategic goals. But here in District 205, we are unique, and we had to really make this our own. So we personalized this. And so oftentimes you might see a standard document that has the vision separate from the mission, and then you have a separate document that shows these values within our portrait of a graduate. We decided to create a framework, and we decided to, based on the community input and the information that we received, to create the Student Journey of Excellence framework. This framework includes at the bottom our vision, which is that our students leave us ready for college, career, and life. That's our vision. That's what we want. We want our students to be prepared for college, career, and life, whatever that decision and that next pathway in their trajectory leads them. We also have a mission in order to accomplish that our mission is grounded in education, is grounded in engagement, and is grounded in empowerment. And so the elements up under that are our values, and these came directly from our community in the data that was received qualitatively throughout phase 1. And so here you have that we are grounding ourselves in education, and our values is that we communicate effectively, that our students are able and they are created and given the opportunity to develop the skills to communicate effectively, to think critically and analytically, and to collaborate as well as problem solve. We want them to be able to be engaged and contribute meaningfully to their community and to the affirmation of diverse perspectives and foster global citizenship. We want them to be empowered to explore their purpose and their career pathways. Again, it's about a journey, and all of our students are on different pathways and have have different interests, and we want to create the opportunities for them to be able to explore that, to be able to demonstrate empathy and practice self-reflection, and ultimately to pursue and to achieve goals and aspirations that are set by them and also their family. And so this framework encompasses those elements of our vision, our mission, elements of values for our students, and ultimately our framework for the student journey of excellence experience here in District 205. The next part of the plan is inclusive of strategic priorities and objectives, as well as key indicators. And so the strategic priorities, again, are our broad long-term aims that's reflected in very general terms of our intentions as a district as we move towards our future position in state. It also looks at our strategic objectives, which gives very, again, high-level, broad at the governance level, outlining what the district wants to accomplish. And then we have to talk about, which has come up in various comments tonight, this reflection on how are we measuring, how are we monitoring that progress over time as it relates to the system, as it relates to our strategic priorities and our desired outcomes. And I want to just really pause here to say that our key performance indicators, or those indicators that we're going to utilize to measure that, we think about it in three categories, three parts. There's a category, there's a metric, and then there's specific benchmarks or goals. And so our idea is that we want these measurements and some shared understanding as how are we as a school community really looking at and identifying possible areas for continuous improvement multi-year, over multiple years. And then how do we continue to report that out to our board, to our stakeholders, how our system is performing based on those levels of indicators. And really the key here, again, is thinking at that broad level. Like, what is the information? What is the data telling us in terms of the progress we're making, in terms of the trends, in terms of opportunities for the board as well as administration to make tweaks and changes and updates along the way to get us to our desired end. And so with that, we ground ourselves in 4 strategic priorities. We all care about student success. We want ultimately all students to be successful, and we're going to talk a little bit more about what that looks like and means when we get to our objectives. We want to create and cultivate a learning environment that supports our staff and our students to be successful and thrive. As we also mentioned from my colleague earlier in his presentation, the board at whole wants to continue to monitor and ensure that there's financial and operational effectiveness. And then we all wrap that up in a bow and make sure that we are constantly effectively engaging with our community and communicating the progress that's being made along those strategic priorities. And so under each strategic priority, there are key objectives. And so as you will see on this slide, our first priority is student success. And student success means for us student growth and achievement. Student growth and achievement. And that first bullet outlines that in order to achieve our goal and objective is to achieve academic excellence by ensuring all students master essential skills and content. And you will hear further presentations talking about what is essential skills and content and how is that learning development and the alignment of our curricular resources as well as our professional development is supporting us in ensuring that. We want to support individual students' academic as well as their social emotional needs through varied programs as well as supports and constantly being reflective and responsive based on our progress monitoring and our assessment data. We want to align all of our resources in a way that allows for our programs, our instruction, our practices to be grounded in research and grounded in our standards and our data. And then we want to also ensure that as it relates to student success, that we are engaging our students in a diverse offering of learning experiences. That ultimately will then provide all students a variety of pathways going back to that identification of our students being able to explore their passions as well as their purpose. And so under each strategic priority, there are key metrics that are at the broad level, that are data points that we then use to monitor and really closely examine how progress is being made as it relates to those objectives that we just outlined. And so the identification of these metrics are to allow the board and our stakeholders and our community at large to be able to see, right, like how are we meeting and how are we realizing and showing progress and growth over time, looking for, again, any big trends, looking for opportunities where we need to go back and do some deeper analysis and some examinations. And so as it relates to student success, we're going to really monitor and zero in on our academic assessments of proficiency. And really looking at the proficiency of our students as well as the growth of our students. We're going to closely monitor and really look at our early college and career coursework success, ninth grade on track. We're going to look at, and there was some mention even as to how particular demographic groups, how are they performing, what particular supports, additional areas of focus and attentiveness that we need to do to ensure that there is some reduction in the gap and making sure that we're targeting and providing the necessary supports. Looking at our social emotional growth, looking at and tracking and finding ways in which we are showing evidence of the engagement in co-curricular activities, as well as high school graduation rate and completion rate, ultimately leading to college success, which goes on to the that goes back to our ultimate vision of our students being ready for college, career, as well as life. And so the rhythm of each of these particular strategic priorities to my board is that there's the priority, there is the objectives, and then there is the actual key performance metrics that will be used to monitor and measure the progress over time. It's the same for going into our strategic priority number 2, which is our learning environment. And I want to just ground us in a common definition and explanation of our learning environment, we're really looking at the positive culture and the relationships. How are we creating the conditions for our students to be successful, as well as the support of the professionals that we serve in our building. And so there's attentiveness and really narrowing in and focusing on meaningful and trusting relationships, student to staff relationships, peer-to-peer relationships, ensuring that environments are welcoming, affirming, as well as engaging, establishing and upholding high expectations for students and staff that foster intellectual development and growth, ensuring that we attract and continuously develop. If I can highlight something, that would be those 2 words I would highlight is the continuous and development. Going back to system change is grounded in learning and making sure that we retain high quality, purpose-driven educators to serve the diverse needs of all of our students. And then engage our staff to ensure appropriate collaboration and decision-making, as well as collective responsibility of the culture and the climate. And so then the question becomes, how are we going to monitor this? And we're going to monitor this through key performance metrics that include supportive environment, that looks at our student attendance, the supportive environment, collaborative teachers, as well as the quality of professional learning experiences and effective leaders is data that's already available to us specifically through various surveys and metrics that we currently collect that data in. So being very intentional of monitoring that and seeing what trends are produced by that. And then ultimately our staff retention rates. As we move on to financial and operational effectiveness, we've grounded this in our resources, our facilities, and our financial stewardship. So what are the things that we're doing to ensure that we continue to have financial and operational effectiveness? There's been talk, and we continue to talk about the work that we're doing around the referendum, but it's not just about the modernization of our buildings and our facilities. It's also about the maintenance of those high-quality facilities that support the learning spaces for our students. It's also about projecting our staffing needs and maximizing the resources to achieve excellence. We know that one of our greatest resources is in our staff and in our human capital, so making sure that we're able to constantly review to ensure that we're maximizing that resource. Administer and maintain sustainable asset replacement plan aligned to our instructional programs, making sure that we generate financial projections that provide long-term financial stability. So thinking about, as already has previously said, not where we only are now, but forecasting that to see how decisions now will play out in years to come. Utilizing our procurement and procedures aligned to best practice to promote our financial stewardship. In the investments, our district has made some tremendous investments in technology. We've also talked about the investments we've made in our curricular resources, as well as our professional development. So continuing to look at those investments that the board and the decisions that they're making, and ensuring that there's alignment ultimately to producing the greatest outcomes and elevating outcomes for our students. And then, of course, we want to continue to ensure the safety and the security of our students, staff, and facilities. And so our key metrics for how we're going to continue to monitor that is through strong financial stewardship. This was talked and spoke of today in reference to like our fund balance and such, making sure that then our facilities remain safe and modernized, looking at various aspects of that, and then our district resources, as I've mentioned, and definitely a huge indicator is how we are mobilizing and taking advantage of our human resources. So these are the ways in which our strategic objectives will be measured and monitored and reported to the board, as well as to our community and our stakeholders over time, to see how we're progressing towards our intended objectives. And then we have our strategic priority 4, which is community engagement, which we defined as community connections, as well as communication. And so we are working feverishly and will continue to ensure that we provide clear, accessible, consistent communication to our entire community through the use of a wide variety of tools, making sure that we continue to identify and continue to promote and to share the district successes as they are aligned to our journey of excellence. But I think we also want to make sure that we are sharing our cycle and where there are opportunities where adjustments might need to be made. So it's not just about sharing the successes, but it's also sharing the process of how we arrive at certain decisions and how we expect or those decisions to impact, again, knowing the impact of the decisions that are made, ensuring that we continue to promote positive partnerships that provide opportunities for our students to enhance their learning within and beyond the classroom, as well as the establishments of protocols and procedures for two-way communication with stakeholders, and then obviously to make sure that we continue our engagement with our family as well as our community members in learning opportunities aligned to district priorities. We're going to assess this through our actual analytic tools and the information that we collect from the use of our the wide variety of tools that we have. There's analytic data that gives us insight as to how we're reaching the readability, the timing, what our community is responding to, what information is being asked and requested, and how is that information then being delivered. Also looking at ways to have the two-way communication and opportunities for continued communication, as well as taking in feedback and hearing and continuing to learn as we move through this process. And lastly, just the partnerships that we have. We have an abundance and a variety and a plethora of partnerships that directly support our student learning and our outcomes. So being able to report out on what those partnerships are and how those partnerships are leading to a direct impact for our student learning. So those are the components that actually make up the plan. And then our next step after the conversation and discussion and approval of the plan is to then move on to our phase 3, which really gets at the integration and the monitoring. A plan and a strategic plan and the work that we're doing is really the most, I think, essential and important part of that is how are we implementing and how are we measuring the process, and how are we knowing that we're having the impact that we want to have. And this is just a visual reminder that it's cyclical. This is a visual reminder that there's a continuum, that we're constantly looking at making plans, but then also we are implementing those plans, we're checking on those plans, and then we are making some accommodations and some up changes to those plans. We did change the words on that, but I see it didn't make it to. So it's plan, do, check, act is the actual order in which, and so that update didn't make it on this particular slide. The key to this is alignment. It is about looking at how the key to the success of the strategic plan is around the system alignment. It's making sure that we're no longer operating in silos, but there's a connectivity to areas of focus with very clear strategic strategies that are being implemented with very key measures and metrics of what and how we are expecting the impact and making sure that that is aligned throughout our entire system. It starts at the strategic plan, but the power of it is when it reaches down to individual classrooms and has the impact at the student level. And so at this point, that concludes walking through the various phases as well as the components of the strategic plan.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Chris?
I mean, so as you know, I'm most looking forward to the part where we get to the specific quantitative data for how we're gonna implement this and measure it for student outcomes over time. But I agree with the broad outline you provided in terms of where we're heading, and I know the specific data, that's sort of the next step, right, in terms of what will be presented to us. So for that reason, I'm supportive of the plan. Thank you.
I have two questions. First, the approval of this plan, is that what you need to move forward with getting our academic performance on an upward trajectory?
The approval of the plan allows us to move into the phase 3, which we're going to have already began. And so if and I don't know if we go back here, so the short answer, and I don't know if it will show up in our next presentation to just give you the outline. But what we want to do is we want to align this strategic plan to school improvement plans that then allows us to really see how specific objectives are being met at the school level that leads to the changes in various metrics that we discuss. And so you're going to hear more and more about that. And so yes, this approval now allows us to move to phase 3, where we then specifically begin to align this work, our objectives, our key priorities, as well as various benchmarks will be identified that will then be presented to the board.
Does the approval of this plan also establish what the key performance indicators that the board is going to use to evaluate this?
So you saw in here that the key performance, so I will go back, for example. So these are the metrics that the administration team would like to report out to you on. And specifically in the plan, you will be able to then see how, aligned to the strategies, there are specific goals that are being, quantitative goals that will then be measured and that we report out to the board on.
All right, I mean, for my first question, the fact that this is what you need to get academic performance on an upward trajectory makes me want to vote yes. However, my second question, I asked you for a list of all the measurements that the administration uses, and you provided that for me. Thank you. It was a 2-page list. It's rather extensive. I would prefer that the board take that list, do the hard work in conjunction with the administration, and for the board to establish and decide what those key performance indicators should be that are measured, quantified, and reported to the board, rather than the administration telling the board what they're going to report to us.
Mm-hmm.
So for that reason, I kind of want to vote no for the strategic plan.
So the work of the board in identifying your feedback on the question today are these key metrics that are important to the board to have reported out on. The second, there's a third key to the key performance indicators, and I don't want to misconstrue that, which I think is the specific benchmarks as to where we currently are and what goal we want to set for the movement, the forward movement of that. And that will be a part of a collective conversation. We will share our thinking and the best work based on the strategic thoughtfulness at each individual school and the work that we're doing with leaders. We will definitely share that and engage with the board. I think what my question would be is, are there indicators that you feel should be included or not? And then give us time to bring forward to you how, because the idea of having a goal without how we're going to move towards that goal is just a wish. And so what I think we need to do, and you would charge the administration to do, is identify what you want to measure and what you want to see progress on, and then how we're going to make that happen. What is the specific plan at the school level, at the department level, in order to move that particular metric? So my ask would be, what is missing, or what feedback would you provide as it relates to the metrics that you see?
Well, I got your list today, so I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay.
My question for you is, when do you plan to have that full board discussion about, of the things that you presently measure, which are the most important? When are we going to have the discussion where the board sets the goals and the administration decides how to best implement them? I'd like to go through this 2-page list. It's an extensive list, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the board should have that discussion of which of these are most important and what are the board's goals.
Mm-hmm.
Only if, were you, okay. So, I just want to try to provide, I think, a little bit of clarity, or at least how my brain is working around what we're talking about right now. And I want to acknowledge some of the feedback that we're getting and hearing from the audience in a way where the audience is a little louder today than they have been in the past. But a couple things. Strategic plan, very big picture, right? 4 pillars of things that we value that are demonstrative or representative of what the community said they valued.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking at a strategic plan that's focusing on student success, learning environment, financial and operational effectiveness, and community engagement. Those things were identified by our community as like the strategic kind of pillars of the district and what they want to see in the school, in the district, and the opportunities that are provided to their kids. Aside from that, we have another piece that blends nicely into strategic plan, of course, because schools focus on academic achievement, right? I think we all agree that we would like to see achievement at higher levels, that, we're at a place right now and we'd like to see that trajectory moving upwards. And I just want to note for those of you who are listening and in the audience that there is another presentation after this that will be more specific on key performance indicators and those measurement tools. So when we're talking about measurement right now of the strategic plan and its efficacy, those standards are different from the academic achievement growth that we're all going to be talking about in a little bit on a very high surface level.
Very high surface, because as we mentioned, that's just one component
Exactly.
of the objectives
Right.
under student success.
Totally
And so
there.
the next presentation will speak to specifically, and you will hear there being mention of, for example, academic proficiency, and what goal has been set and how we are working to increase our
Yeah.
students' academic proficiency and growth.
Right. So I'm going to say this again, that the strategic plan is a very high level, large picture of 4 pillars that include student achievement, student experience, also what the board engages in when it comes to direction of the school administration, when it comes to finance and operations, and all of these things that we all find very important, right? Tentacles of the school, of the district. And so the piece that talks about student performance is one of those 4. We all value that piece, and we will be hearing more about where we're at and then the metrics moving forward for that we're setting forth that will paint the picture of student growth and where we're going in the shorter term in the next couple of years. Yep. So, or what those benchmarks are and the metrics there. So I just want to make that clear so we all understand, because I do feel like this conversation gets blended in a way that finds us in places of, at times, I'll just say in emotional places, and that we have to work together to understand what all these pieces mean. So I'm just going to leave that there. Now I'll go back to your strategic plan and where we are on this. So I very much appreciate, and I want to highlight that this work and what has been done here, although you went over a nice overview, Dr. Campbell, in I don't know how many minutes, I wasn't counting, but the number of hours and days of work that this takes for your team to get to this place is profound, and it's a heavy lift, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing for this, because for me, as somebody who's been in the district for, I've lived here for 11 years now, this alignment and engagement with the community and this alignment of representing what the community values is very positive. We have a highly engaged community, and they expect to be engaged in this way with the district to be able to set forth whatever that strategic plan looks like, which they've done, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that the strategic plan also incorporates what you hear about, there's so many benchmarks out there that you can look at. I'll bring one that came to mind while you were talking, and it's about current employers and what they say is missing from candidates looking for jobs on a very wide and broad level, right? And what they're missing is some of those soft skills, the analytical thinking, the problem solving, identifying options, picking the best route, critical thinking, and that's incorporated in the strategic plan to ensure that our students have those soft skills too that are important in the future. More important, I'd say, in the future now than it was when I was in high school to get me where I am today. Because there's a statistic out there that talks about, 80% of the future employment opportunities aren't even created yet. So our kids who are graduating soon from our high school, many of the jobs they will be in 10 years are not defined. And so we have to teach critical thinking, flexibility, adaptability, problem solving, collaboration. Those are going to be characteristics that help our students reach whatever success they want to reach. So I appreciate that those skill sets are part of the bigger picture, and that we're going farther than the academic, and which is of the utmost importance and more. So it's higher than, we're shooting for higher than the kind of baseline minimum, and I appreciate that about your plan. I do have a question, because some of this is a shift, and we talked through about, we all, not all of us, but we either have had students in the district or some of us have students currently in the district. And I just think about that student experience. And you're talking about, when you go back to your priority around the learning environment and building meaningful and trusting student-staff relationships and the importance of that, and peer-to-peer relationships and creating welcoming and affirming and engaging learning environments, what does that look like? How do you, I think our staff are doing this in a lot of ways. I think they're doing it. And I think that there's always room to grow. And so how does that look different, maybe on a very, again, high level? What is it that the staff will be engaging in to kind of meet this strategic priority? And I know you have some measurements, some metrics there about feedback and things, but what does that look like for staff? Is that professional development? What does that look like?
Yeah, I'm going to kick this to my colleague, Carrie, just to kind of give an example of how we specifically have provided professional learning in various conversations around strengthening relationships. For example, first starting at just, again, starting at the peer-to-peer level and with staff members, and some of those conversations and ways in which that professional learning has looked over the course of last year moving into this year.
Sure, yeah. So when we're thinking about this, we've really taken a focus on thinking about the foundational learning for our teachers to really understand the impact that staff to student relationships have, and then peer-to-peer relationships. So for example, last year we spent from Madison through York learning about what we call the 3 signature practices. And so we think about welcoming rituals, right? Welcoming students into the classroom. And that can be what we lots of times think of as community builders, and getting to know each other and getting to know your peers beyond just the content area. But then also when we think about engaging pedagogy, so how are we teaching our content area to help them build relationships? How are we structuring groups to make sure that they have the opportunity to disagree? And how do they work through those disagreements without, the teacher interjecting themselves immediately? And then optimistic closures, which really provide an opportunity for students to reflect on their learning and provide that. So we're continuously rolling this out, but thinking about what are those structures and pedagogical practices, I guess we would say, to make sure that students and staff have those learning environments that we know they can thrive in.
Great example. Thank you for that.
And then that's measured through our students reporting out on that through the survey in which they take. And they will provide for us, right? Like they will share. A specific question is, do I have a trusting adult that I can, go to if I'm struggling or, just feeling stuck. And so that gives us information if the transference of the professional learning around creating these very specific practices are at play. But then how is that translating to the student and their perception of their experience that they're receiving?
Thank you.
Yeah, so can I just clarify? So I know tonight we're being asked to approve broad categories, right?
Correct.
But ultimately, this is going to get narrowed to specific objectives that are quantitative.
That's correct.
And then you all are going to take these broad categories, put the quantitative targets there, give your suggestions to the board, we'll give feedback,
Correct.
and then we'll get finalized. Is that like?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm on board
It's the
with
way
that,
I
right? So like we're going to get the targets that you suggest, we'll give our feedback, and then after that feedback's given, it will be finalized, and then we go from there. Yeah, because that's the part I'm most looking forward to. I agree with the broad categories, but like I really want to know how we're gonna measure it and what metrics we're gonna use. So I know we've talked about that many times, but I just want to make sure.
I just again want to underscore the importance of the administration and our teams being involved in that, because we have to understand where we currently are, right? And so in setting and looking at our current data, that has to also be coupled with the strategic steps that we're going to commit to taking in order to move that metric. And so that's why it's an important conversation to have that's presented by the administration and then the board to give thoughts and feedback, and that will happen through various iterations. We're excited. Today you will hear one brief focus of overall our focus areas for this particular year, and then we'll come back together in October during our committee of the whole meeting, and then we will look more specifically at our state assessments and where we currently are and how we've identified that benchmark and what specific strategies are going to be employed in order to move that. And so then there'll be some conversation, there'll be some discussion with our board, but it can't be absent of the educators' expertise in really attacking not only that goal, but absent of that the actual plan for moving the data, which I think is what is really, really important, and that the board should hear and know as well in that conversation.
So I think that we are all very eager to move forward, which is probably where this conversation, part of the conversation, is stemming from. I know that we are all very eager to get moving. Our commitment to this shows how important it is to us, as it is to our community, that our students are all growing and reaching their full potential. And that is why we are starting this work here. And I actually appreciate, rather than just coming up with random metrics that are specific at this point in the conversation, I really appreciate that we are, you guys are going to present that data, upcoming data to us, and that we're going to have that full discussion, and that the metrics that we're going to put in place are going to be meaningful and specific to our students in our buildings in our district. And I think that's really important, and it makes the work much more meaningful and much more impactful on our students. So I just want to make sure that all of us and our community understand that part is coming, and that this is a more of an overview, but certainly not the last step. And I just wanted to say that I do appreciate all of the work that was done by the team to get input from our community and from all of our stakeholders. I hope that our community will come along with us in this work, because it's so incredibly important to our students, and be here or listen presentations, understand the work that's being done and for your students and students in our community, and continue to be engaged, give us input, ask questions. And I'm thinking that maybe along the way, for some of those certain topics that might be more lengthy or have more parts to them, that maybe we can offer some other opportunities to engage with our community, allow them to ask questions, be able to provide other communication, forms of communication and meetings, so that we can help everybody understand the work that we're doing here, because it is very important, I know, to everybody in this room and in the community. So I think that was all I had. Thank you so much.
Jim?
So just to confirm, I think Chris covered this. We are going to have a future meeting where the board can reach consensus together on what those key performance indicators are. Is that correct?
If there are additional indicators that you would like to see added, then the answer to that would be yes.
How about this? This is a starting point, and then then we're going to look at the metrics that go with these in October. Is that, or November, or I don't know.
And there was during the committee of the whole.
So October, we look at the metrics that go with. Like, could you bring up student success? Sorry, thank you. So the 9th grade on track, for instance, is
right, because right
actual data.
So
and then we
the
discuss
key performance
where do
indicators presented tonight is not an exhaustive list. Is that what you're saying?
That was academic.
These are, again, The key performance indicator, these are the broad measures. But there are 3 categories. I think what you're asking for specifically are the benchmarks. I think that's what these are the actual under each one. Those are the categories. Those are it. These are the categories. These are the broad areas in which we're going to use to monitor our progress over time. There are going to be specific data points to know exactly where we currently are, what our goal is, and how we're going to get there. That's going to come in a later conversation.
Okay. That's what I was trying to flush out. Thank you.
Karen? Did you have anything else? I'm sorry. Okay.
So I like where we've gotten to so far, okay? But I have a big question about the next phase, which is phase 3, begins to get into a dashboard. And that's a big financial investment. And I want to back up and I want to say some of your metrics are true metrics, and some of them are descriptions of something, and behind it is a particular metric, measurement. Okay, some of, do you see? Anyway, so an example is in our 2x2s, you went down to that next level in each one of those categories. And that
so you want to use, let's use academic assessment proficiency.
Well, let me get to that page then. Not that page, but the one that correlates to it. Although this is an easier one. So academics,
as an example,
assessment proficiency, you would say percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations in reading and math in grades 3 through 8 on IIR.
Right.
Okay.
So the category would be proficiency. The metric could be IAR, for example. And then the benchmark would be where are you currently at?
Yep.
Where are the current percentage of our students meeting and exceeding?
Yep.
And the benchmark would be where do we want that to be over the next year or 2 years?
Right. And all I'm saying, Keisha, is this is not exhaustive of all the metrics that you shared with us in the 2x2. And so that's the discussion that I would like to have at some point. That's what's critical for us to have a discussion and go through them. We've been through this many times. We've learned from it. And even in the 2x2, you heard some of my feedback about some of those particular metrics. They have to be on target. They have to be, what exactly are we going to measure? Actually, what do we want? Okay? So, the one example was about our buildings. And we have a 10-year plan. And if we're measuring toward that, that's one thing. But if we're measuring how much we spend on the buildings based on our operating revenue, we shouldn't be. We should spend what we need to maintain them, so we don't, and commit to that, and every board in the future should, so that we don't get in a position where we have to tear down buildings. That's the conversations we should be having. What do we want? And based on that, what do we measure? Because we could look at everything and say, what's the percentage toward our operating revenues? Then it gets to my questions that I've had since I've been on the board is, how are we really being fiduciarily responsible? So what do we really need to produce the results that we're used to, why people move here, and what people expect, and they should. And that we spend what's necessary, but no more, no less, and it's transparent. Those are the conversations we have to have when it gets to specific, what I call key performance indicators. What exactly are we going to measure that's going to tell us whether we are achieving what we should on behalf of the community's money, basically, and for the students to get that achievement. And I understand that it's easier when it comes to student achievement or student success, but still, you know, we just really need to have that dialogue about, it's about the value and what we're trying to achieve and be on the same page. So the only discomfort I had was in what the motion is, which is that we approve all strategic plan components. Because if it includes the KPIs that we saw in the 2x2s, I can't say yes because I don't agree to all of them. Because I think we need to have a discussion, just like the example that I shared. But otherwise, I love where we're getting, I love where we are. We're just not done yet. And I've never had a strategic plan that's not had the KPIs and, you know, even benchmarks. But I'll give you the benchmark thing. But I think the KPIs are important for us to discuss. And it's important for us to do that with the public.
Yeah.
That's how we keep them involved and engaged and flowing with us.
I also think
Karen.
it's important to make sure from the district's perspective that they feel that they have our support in going in this direction, right? So I think that my understanding of it is that they're asking for our support to have that next discussion about what those metrics look like, and so that they can implement, which I think we all agree on. Are we agreeing on these 4 priorities, right?
4 buckets?
The 4 buckets, priorities, whatever you want to call it, so that they can start to implement and see it happen. This is my 4th, final year on the board, and I have never gotten this far where we had these kind of details. And in the 2x2, I had conversations about what these should look like. I had conversations, and what I saw in the 2x2 is not the same here. So it was heard, like the input I gave, it was heard. So because I do think we should all have input into that. So I think what we're voting on now is, do we all agree that we're heading in the right direction so that we can take the next step? That's my understanding.
And I think we're just trying to get clarity around what's that next step and what are we approving and what aren't we?
And so-
what do we want further discussion on, which is, for me, the KPIs, which were the additional pieces that we had in the 2x2s, which was not public, and it wasn't full board discussion. And it's published now on board docs, I see.
Right. So from the onset of this work, we discussed that at the end of phase 2, we would have the deliverables, which we are bucketing under the plan. And so the plan at the very broad governance level, and yes, your colleagues have echoed that correctly. I go back to, it is around the direction that we're headed, that encompasses our vision, our mission, our values, and our strategic goals and objectives. Here in District 205, hearing the feedback and the work that the board has done previously, and building off of that, we then took it a step further to include the strategic indicators in the plan. And so that's the reason why normally the plan would just, stop at the strategic priorities and objectives, but we took it a step further to say, because it's really important, how are we going to monitor our progress? And that's where we got to the identification of what those very broad strategic metrics that we will be able to report out over time. I really think that the excitement and the anxiousness around this work is definitely moving into phase 3 as to how now this information is being internalized at the very discrete level down to individual schools. And that's why it's so significant to have and to share that, because schools are looking at, and you're going to hear that in our next presentation, we're digging into data to really see specifically where schools are at, where cohorts or students are at. And so those decisions and those goals can't be made. They should not and are not supposed to be made at this governance level, because school leaders and school teams are looking at their specific context as to where they are and where they want to move. Now, we got to report that out, and we have to be accountable to the board and to our community on what is it that we're monitoring, what areas of prioritization, and that's what comes into our school improvement specific plans. And so that is going to be the next part. But you are right. I just need you all to say, listen, we agree with these priorities. We agree with these key objectives. And we agree with these broad areas in which we're going to, at the governance level, that's why I went back to make sure we were all calibrated on what do we mean by strategic indicators. It is a measure of performance over time that monitors the progress of the system and the plan. And so the specifics as to how that looks at a school level, even at an individual classroom level, is what's happening, and we will share that with you all. But I just need the permission to continue to move forward with that work.
And I think maybe the confusion is, when you said what the motion was, that's where I think this is all stemming from. Because when I read that, I read approving up through phase 2, right? And I think the wording, I move that the board approve all strategic plan components. Two things come to my mind. We know there's a third phase 3 that we don't know yet, right? Like that we haven't decided on. So we're not voting on that.
Right.
And then the second thing is, I think we're not done, right? Like this is not the end. We've just voted and we're not done. And I think in my mind, that's how I felt, but I could see where it could be interpreted as like, oh, we voted on it, we're done now. But we're not.
Well, here's the splitting of the hairs, right? Is we in 2x2s got some of the indicators, but we haven't had a discussion about that.
But I think
and
that's
I think
what the
that's
committee of the
necessary.
whole is.
And if
But that's in
that is
October.
if that is in phase 3, I'm okay. But just so that we're all clear, is that if we say yes to approving all strategic plan components, that people don't later say, Karen, you can't talk, we can't talk about those. We can't, the example that I gave, I don't want that to happen. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we will approve
Phase 1 and 2. Phase 2.
Well,
And
if
I think,
if
Karen,
if 2 does not include all these detailed
It doesn't.
KPIs.
It
Right.
doesn't. It's a
Let me
category.
stop here.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, just because it can be very confusing, and I want to make sure everybody understands. I think the KPIs are the broader buckets. The measurements, the metrics are what we want to look at next and what we want to measure, right? And then in what ways you're going to measure them. Is that correct? So I think maybe there's just some confusion just in the terminology. And so I think that the strategic indicators that are listed here are just the general, right?
Correct. It is just the category that
So we'll
that
get
is
into
included.
more detail
And
and
there
more
are-
specific,
yes.
and some of what you're talking about with the building maintenance and such is in the next step and the next phase. And those we are going to be discussing publicly at the next committee of the whole meeting. So I think maybe that causes a little confusion too. But I just wanted to say one other thing about your slide, that is the plan, do, check, act slide. I think that's also important because we're doing the planning. We've done a lot of public work and getting input in public. And then to do and to put some of these things into place, we're going to discuss what those are going to be, what metrics we're going to use, what the measurements are going to be in public at public meetings. You're going to present that out to us. We're also going to have you coming back to, in the check portion, to tell us how these things are working and bring data to us and to check how those things that have been put in place are affecting and, impacting our students. And then if other things need to be done, that's where ACT comes in to make adjustments, add something, change something. So all of those things are going to be presented at public meetings so that the community can hear about that and everybody will understand the work that's being done. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that all of that is going to be brought to us here to be discussed. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the broad categories. And then in October, which also coincides when the state allows us to release the IAR data, which is the state report card, which is part of the reason why we can't have that data conversation right now, because that is not, the state has not released them yet. So in October, when the school report cards are released, we can go through specific pieces under each of those categories that are being measured and discuss, one, where we are, and if there's other things we want to consider at that time, that's where we can consider if there's something else we want to look at or make sure that we put in a priority, choose things to make sure are of higher priority. And that's the October discussion once the data can be released. So that is the second meeting in October. Do I have that right? Second meeting in October. So that's why the data wasn't part of this conversation.
And that's student data.
Student data, yeah. And we'll talk about all of it. All of it. That's when, and also to break it apart so that we can, think through the different pieces. So does that make it clear as mud? Okay. Okay. So, all right. Then I would like, if we can, to move on to Learning Together 2022-2023 academic areas of focus. Turn it over to Dr. Campbell.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a pass and actually have my colleagues that are going to share with us on our Learning Together academic areas of focus for this particular year, which also is going to conclude with an overview of when and where for the remainder of the year. We're going to come back to these conversations to show our cycle of data and review. Dr. Grins, kick it to you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Grins. I'm the Associate Superintendent here in District 205. Thank you. I am joined this presentation tonight by my colleagues, Ms. Katie Lyons, our Executive Director of Elementary Education, seated next to me, and Ms. Carrie Leischel, our Executive Director of Secondary Education. Similar to past practices, each year we provide updates related to student performance on measures reported to the board and the community. You can always access these presentations and the associated data, which is available publicly at elmhurst205.org. You can visit the website under the section Board of Education and click on Board Docs, and you'll find the meeting agendas along with presentations. Each year, as we talked briefly about earlier, the Illinois State Board of Education also provides state-verified data. You can find that at illinoisreportcard.com. We anticipate report card data available mid to late October, as we talked about tonight, and we will share more on that in the end of this presentation in terms of those timelines. The reason we provide these presentations is to both celebrate growth and achievements and also to remain transparent. We want to share opportunities that we have for continuous improvement. That will always be the case. As shared earlier in the board packet and available at the website mentioned, there is a memorandum to accompany the presentation. In that memo is a table that has the 9 Board of Education meetings from last year and also the areas of academic focus, as well as the data decks associated. While the budget hearing is closed, if you could go to I have the clicker, thank you. I will share that 82% of the Department of Learning and Teaching's budget is allocated to items related to instructional resources and assessment. 82%. So that's excluding any sort of SEL or other focus that might be thought about. 82% focused on instructional resources and assessment. So why am I highlighting this? Well, I want to point out that we obviously have a strong alignment to our priorities and also a commitment to being strong stewards of taxpayer dollars. But also we have a really hardworking staff that is doing everything they can to meet our students' needs. For shared awareness and commitment of our academics and the development of the whole child, as we talked about with the student journey of excellence, we added this presentation tonight as sort of an introductory session for you to have a bit of a frame around how we're learning together and where and when we provide those academic areas of focus. If helpful, you're going to see elements in the plan tonight that you would be hopefully considering as academic plans. You'll see academic outcomes discussed. Like we mentioned, this may not get into actual data details as those are under embargo, but those will be shared in those October timelines just like they were shared last year. In the presentation, you'll see an overview of our district-wide focus areas, so academic goals, areas of professional learning, student outcome focus areas, some systems to support our students' success, things like transformational learning plan that we have, which in my opinion is a first of its kind and is very comprehensive. You'll see a high-level review of just the school improvement planning process that we went through this year and over the summer, as well as information regarding, as we talked about, those key dates for student growth and achievement highlights, similar to the past with some helpful updates and a little bit of a change to our sequence this year to engage us all in some more opportunities to learn about the data and to have insight into how our students are progressing. So I'm going to hand it over to Katie Lyons, our Executive Director of Elementary Education.
Thanks, Scott. So as a high-level overview of our focus areas for this year, we wanted to share how we're anchoring them in our district academic goals and student outcomes over the course of the next 2 years. You'll see here our focus for raising student achievement is grounded in implementing and elevating research-based Tier 1 instructional programming and practices, which will lead to the following student outcomes. The first bullet point you'll see is highlighting our work at Madison Early Childhood Center, in which our outcome will be focused on 70% of our kindergarten eligible students achieving building middle level or higher on targeted DRDP domains and standards. Across grades 1 through 12, or 1st through 12th, a 5% increase of previous annual percentage of student self-awareness and self-management skills. Across grades 3 to 8, a 10% increase of previous annual percentage of students meeting and exceeding on IAR. In grade 11, a 5% increase of students meeting benchmarks on SAT. And prior to high school graduation, a 5% increase in sealed biliteracy awards and Illinois State commendation towards biliteracy. So in effort to achieve the intended student outcomes, the learning and teaching team in collaboration with our school leaders have identified focus areas that align with our district instructional priorities in math, SEL, and literacy. So highlighted here is our math focus. And in math, our focus is on executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and provides opportunities for enrichment and intervention that coherently link standards within and across grades. In the middle box there, you'll see that all of the professional learning engagements will align with this math learning focus and will include our middle schools and high school working collaboratively to align the district-wide algebra and geometry scope and sequence. Additionally, professional learning engagements will include an evaluation of our district's K-8 core curricular instructional practices and materials. We are currently exploring a partnership to support this program evaluation, including learning walks, focus groups, audit of our current curricular materials, and an evaluation of our math data across K-12. This program review will lead to recommended next steps to elevate Tier 1 instructional practices and student outcomes. And finally, this year's professional learning includes a deep analysis of our math data on summative assessments such as IAR and SAT. This narrow instructional focus in math with an aligned professional learning plan will lead to the student outcomes highlighted in the previous slide, but also there listed on the right side of the slide. In literacy, our focus is on executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge building with complex text sets and aligned writing tasks. Again, all professional learning engagements will align with this literacy learning focus and will include deepening knowledge of the many threads that intertwine to lead to skilled and accurate, fluent reading with strong comprehension, with a particular focus on word recognition and language comprehension. Additionally, at grades 6 to 8, this will include a professional learning focus on aligning core curricular instructional practices and materials with standards and research. And finally, like with math, this year's professional learning includes deep analysis of literacy data on summative assessments. So again, this narrow instructional focus with the aligned professional learning will lead to the student outcomes highlighted again here on the right side of the slide. And lastly, in SEL, our focus is on, in social emotional learning, our focus is on executing instructional practices that promote student social emotional development and continue to deepen adult SEL competencies. All professional learning engagements will align with this SEL learning focus and will include deepening knowledge of the CASEL competencies of self-awareness and self-management, and of course, using data to improve our students' experience. And again, this narrow instructional focus with the aligned professional learning will lead to the student outcomes highlighted on the right side of your slide. I'm going to hand it over to Carrie Leischel to talk through the systems to support our student success.
Thanks, Katie. Could you click for me? Thanks. So in order to achieve the student outcomes that Katie highlighted with our aligned district-wide professional learning plan, we've established some district-wide systems to ensure that we're creating opportunities for stakeholders at every level of the organization to learn together to support student success. So to ensure that we are creating an aligned professional learning plan across the district around our focus areas, we've created 5 different collaborative structures to bring stakeholders together that are highlighted in each one of those boxes. The Learning Together plan includes over 95 opportunities for principals, assistant principals, directors, instructional coaches, division and department chairs, and educators to collaborate and promote professional growth. So I want to talk through each one of those structures a little bit. So our EC12 collaborative structure brings district and building leaders together monthly to elevate leader voice and collaborate during learning together sessions aligned to our 3 focus areas in math, literacy, and SEL. These sessions engage our steering committees, which includes instructional coaches, department chairs, division chairs, to process next steps needed to bring the learning that we do together back into their buildings and with their teams. Our quarterly data collaboratives engage district and building instructional leaders to review data and progress monitor towards both district-wide and their school-based goals. So these sessions allow leaders to deepen their understanding of district-wide and school-based data to not only set school improvement goals, but then also utilize our progress monitoring tools throughout the year to plan for next steps and tweak their action plans. Our quarterly coach collaboratives, we're going to focus on develop instructional coaching practices to support teachers in engaging in school-based professional development and coaching cycles that elevate their practice. Our 4th structure is our middle school and high school curriculum development teams, and they come together to ensure that we're providing a rigorous curriculum that meets the needs of our students. So these sessions are designed to refine curricular resources based on grade level and content standards, student needs, data, and the alignment to district-wide and school-based priorities. And then our last structure is job-alike professional learning that takes place throughout the year and ensures we are meeting the needs of all of our educators in all their different roles. These sessions are tailored for specific roles throughout the district and provide learning that is aligned to, again, district-wide and school-based priorities. For example, our K-5 PLC leads come together in grade band cohorts to develop an understanding and serve as D205 lead learners who are willing to collaborate, share practice, celebrate, and then provide feedback on implementation of the new curricular resource so they can grow together to improve D205 literacy efforts. So in addition to these 5 collaborative structures that we've outlined, I want to highlight what Dr. Campbell highlighted in her presentation around this alignment. We're really focused on having a tight alignment across the district to promote school-specific planning as it relates to improvement efforts. So as highlighted on the previous slide, we're engaging leaders throughout a series of data collaboratives. And so in those data collaboratives, we focus on evaluating progress and needs towards school-specific instructional priorities as aligned to district goals. We support school leadership teams with identifying teachers, grade levels, or students who need extra support, promote capacity to define what changed in teacher practice and student learning at the end of each learning cycle, and then identifying 1 or 2 improvements for the next cycle. So this will happen through a series of district-wide and school-specific planning sessions, including data reviews, professional learning, and the monitoring of SIPs. So all school improvement plans in the district are aligned to our district-wide goals, and then every educator and leader throughout the district is setting PLC and department goals, which will then support, and then individual goals that will support how they are going to impact their school's school improvement plan. I'm now going to pass it back to Scott.
Thank you. So for presentations this year, each will include ways in which the district and the school teams are focusing on continuous improvement, as we have in the past, but also with a focus on student growth and performance across the district, again, with that systems alignment in the relevant areas of focus, as well as in relation to the strategic plan. On October 18th, we have an opportunity to look at our fall NWA MAP assessment. MAP is a district administered assessment of reading and math used to measure growth and achievement relative to national as well as our local grade level peer norms. You'll see that it's administered in grades K-8. We've talked about MAP in the past. We'll have new data that will be fresh just from this recent fall to talk about soon. On October 26th, as mentioned, we will have our first this year Committee of the Whole. I will provide an opportunity for us to look at some of the results from state and national assessments. Because that's a committee of the whole, we also think it will be an opportunity for us to look into our school improvement planning process in a little bit more depth. As a reminder, the IAR and the SAT, those are both our state required assessments. Some of our state required assessments, I should say, of English language arts and math, those are also used for our school performance rating. Our IAR, again, is for grades 3 to 8, and the SAT in grade 11. During those presentations, as mentioned, we'll have some opportunity for increased engagement, being a committee of the whole, looking at various data points, and also some possibility for discussion of how those data points provide direction for the schools as well as the district in our ongoing planning. November 15th, we have a board meeting, and we will have an opportunity and data available at that point from the Illinois State Board of Ed to look at some growth and comparisons. In the past, we've focused in on things like 9th grade on track, early college coursework that includes everything from AP to ACP, et cetera, related to dual credit. And we will look at comparable districts as the data will be available at that point in time for our unit comps. In the winter, we added this last year, if you'll recall, as a chance to look at some of our winter NWA MAP assessment data. It's just an additional touch point that we haven't done in the past but started to do last year, and that will help us see some of the growth potentially from fall to winter, or maybe even in comparison from past year as well. Those are the key dates for the student growth and achievement highlights, as well as a relatively high level look at our learning together academic areas of focus for the year. I hope that this has been helpful. We wanted to provide some more context and a little bit of framing around the work that's been in development throughout last year, but also now into this year as we continue to get more and more focused And I think also the key word there is aligned. So thank you very much.
Okay, is that it from you guys? Thank you for that. I want to highlight, I appreciate that we're focused on our core ELA and math competencies, even though we're still talking about some of the metrics that we're going to use long-term to measure. The laser focus for the year, and also was last year, was ELA and math, and increasing that proficiency, and also digging into the data and helping our teachers and our building leaders dig into the data to really understand what's going on. All right, any questions? Yep, Chris.
Would you mind going back to the slide that shows the the summary of the specific academic goals for the year? Yeah. So first, that's the format of goals that I like, just personally. There's numbers, there's specific, right, it's for this school year, they're academic focused. So thank you for that, and let's keep up that trend. But I did have a question on that top bullet point there. So I understand the others because we're trying to increase where we are, but where are we at right now on this kindergarten students relative to the 70% goal?
I have it here if you want it.
You have that one.
Yeah,
And can you say what that acronym is? Like what that DRDP is?
Yes, so this is for our students kindergarten eligible, so that are at Madison for our 4-year-olds, not the 3-year-olds. So this is disaggregated data, and it's the desired results developmental profile. But if you look it up on ISB, you'll also find it called desired results for children and families. So currently, our present data from spring of last year for our kids that were kindergarten eligible that achieve building middle or higher level proficiency. So there's about 10 different levels that kids can score. And so those are the targets that Illinois has identified as developmentally appropriate for students to be proficient for kindergarten, right? It's a measure of readiness. And so last year, for our approaches to learning, self-regulation, and social and emotional development was 53%. That was the percent of students meeting or achieving building middle or higher. For language and literacy development, which is LLD, we were at 67%. And for cognition, which is representative of math, we were at 77%. And so our academic goal is that we're showing a 5% increase of that previous annual percentage of DRDP data for those particular domains and standards of focus. So the 70% is representative of the average of those three. And so what we are, our future goal is that we will be, for our SEL measures, we'll be at 56%, language literacy development 70%, and cognition or math at 81%. So that, because that is getting into the weeds a bit, phase 3, right? But we're still acting in this moment. It's the 70% was a way to encompass those standards and domains.
As long as our goals are ambitious, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? Karen?
I really like this specificity and to share what you already are doing, even though we didn't approve the strategic plan. So, you know, that's a good thing to highlight. And I want to make sure we do that. I guess my question is to you, Carrie, on slide 11, and, you know, it might be a nitpick, but I don't think so, but because what we're trying to do is we're using data to build expertise, and we analyze that data to inform our practice and make it better, right? So that we have better outcomes. Okay. So the nitpick is the opinions versus when we're talking about data, we're talking about analysis. So what we're building is expertise and analysis of the data so that we can evaluate the progress it needs. The soft words of opinion versus when you're talking about data, doesn't jive.
So when we're talking about opinions, we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to look at data, right, and really see what they can impact. So for an example, we had a data collaborative over the summer when we got back all our preliminary spring data, and our leaders spent hours going through that data and really highlighting what they were going to impact. So all our IAR middle school ELA goals are around subclaims, right? So they dug into that and they made an opinion about the data as opposed to just saying super high level. And they said, we're going to have a laser-like focus on this because we've really worked to build their expertise in kind of digging into the data and then creating an opinion to say, here's our next steps, kind of to your point.
Okay.
So, but maybe a difference in language. And the edges of growth that we can really impact, and what are those key levers that we want to promote.
That's a good explanation versus using something soft as opinion. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm also looking forward to the math stuff. We made a lot of changes in math. What you're showing and what I like about giving us this detail is that, we know that we will then revisit and we'll look at, and I like the professional development piece of it, because there's a lot of changes that take place that our employees and our teachers in the classroom and support people have to understand well enough, right? To move the needle for all of our students. And so there's a huge interplay of that. And so I think that, that's the expertise that you bring to the table. But I like the way that you show it and you illustrate what you're trying to achieve in the district by, you call it audit, but, reviewing what we've been doing. And are the practices producing the results that we expect? Yeah. So thank you.
Anybody else? Just to build on when you're speaking about the math, I appreciate that it's K through 12 because that is important. And so, okay. Thank you for the specific goals and focus. I shouldn't even say goals, the focus. And look forward to hearing an update. Okay. That's all for that. Now we're on to facilities. Mr. Schmidt.
Sorry, Tom. Yep. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Good evening. We're going to give a little update of where we're at on the current facilities projects that are under construction right now, one that we're just wrapping up, and a preview of some of the things that we're looking at doing for next summer as part of the referendum, our Phase 4 work. Right off the bat, Lincoln Elementary School. It's a great facility. I'm going to be sad when I can't talk about it at all these meetings come forward. It's being fully utilized to the potential that it was designed for. Staff, students, everybody's out there just love the facility. They're working in it. It's great to go out there and see them in that brand new facility. We have the one last thing that we have to work on is the playground. The playground's done. We're working on the rubber surfacing on there. We did have a shortage of the black rubber for that, so we have that now, and we're going to be working on that and complete that here for this week. So we're ready to move this on to the completed final punch list items, which we're going to go do October 7th and 10th to knock out all the little remaining punch list items that we have to do. Projects in process. Fisher Elementary School, it was in 3 phases. The first phase was the classroom addition, restrooms along with that, and reconfiguring the corridor and some of the classrooms that the 6 classroom addition connects into the building. Regional Office of Education just walked the building today for the classroom addition. Is going to give us temporary occupancy in there. We got furniture coming in tomorrow, working with the principal as a phasing to start this weekend, moving a couple of the classrooms into that new 6 classroom addition there. And we're going to be doing that over the next couple weekends till that's populated. They'll have all the space on the inside for the Phase 2. The phase 2 is where we're going to take some of the, once we get them moved into the 6 classrooms and some other things, come Christmas break, we're going to take over 2 classrooms and some other areas within the building and start the renovations for the library and media center. So that's going to happen in December, so they got some extra space here for the next couple months. And then phase 3 for this is going to be the corridor renovations and replace some of the HVAC system in the building. So that project's going along well right now. They'll be starting to use it here next week. You can see that as they're putting in the teaching learning walls with the corridors and the lockers in there. Some of the lockers actually that we put in this addition, we reused from Field Elementary School. Part of the newer ones out there, we took them out, cleaned them up, painted them, and we're reinstalling some of those in here. So we were reusing some of the things out there that we have. Jackson Elementary School, with everything that was going on there, with the media center, along with everything in there with the renovations, corridors, some of the 2 classroom additions, same thing, regional office walk that. They're going to give us temporary occupancy for that. With this one, with Jackson, the rooftop unit for that media center will be coming in October 7th, so we'll be picking that out there. Just to let you know, that unit we purchased back in January, and we're getting it just now here in October. So that will be ready to go. Same thing, we have some punch list items for Jefferson, Jackson, Fisher, and a little bit at Lincoln. 7th and the 10th is a big day for us to go in there when nobody's in the building or no students are in there and really knock out all the minor little punch list items that we have. Same thing with the playground on this one. All the furniture is in the Library Media Center now. When I was out there the other day, she's putting everything in all the library stuff on the shelves and things like that. They're kind of using it right now, so it's a great little facility out there. Both these additions at Jackson and Jefferson for the Media Center were really nice additions. A lot of natural light coming in there. It's great space. Along with the corridors, the maker space, and then the 2 classroom addition that we have out there. Jefferson, kind of the same thing as Jackson, except without the 2 classroom addition. Space looks great. They're all ready to go. Same thing, regional office, walk through that one. We have all the furniture in there, doing a few punch list items. Same thing with the playground at Jefferson and Jackson. Jefferson's playground should be done tomorrow with the solid rubber surfacing. Let it sit for a day or 2, then the kids can start utilizing it, and then they'll move on to Jackson and then Lincoln for the rubber surface. So it's a nice surface, no more mulch, very nice surface. Field, actually these pictures don't really do it justice today. Most of that roof up there is pretty much all insulated right now and has a roof membrane on it. They'll be finishing up about 75% of the roof here end of this week. We're on the roofing. Remember with Lincoln, we had to put a temporary roof on there because we had problems with getting insulation. No problems out here. They're going to be going next week to put the roof on the storm shelter, which is the big box there in the middle. We're already putting windows on the first floor. So in the next week or so, they'll have those done on the first floor. They're running electrical wire, pipes, HVAC, duct work. All the concrete slabs inside are already poured. We're coming along very well on this project. If you go out there and look every day, it's really starting to develop into the building. We're putting the other storm trap in, the second additional storm trap. We're starting to do that this week. Projects that have been designed. Should change that. York auditorium renovations. I really have no drawings or rendering on this. You can see up there, that's all the things that we're going to be doing for the auditorium renovations, basically. Rigging, lighting, AV systems. We're going to slope it up so the stage isn't so high above the seating audience. New seats, some extra sound doors, the whole kit and caboodle in there. This project is looking, we'll be bidding this out here actually next month. This one's looking to come to the board for board approval for the bids in the November board meeting. The construction timeline for this would be June of 23 all the way till August of 24. We would keep it for a whole year. There's a lot that's going on in this with the stage rigging in that building, so it's a big project. Bryan Middle School, we'll be starting the final phase of this one for the interior renovations and media center and a few other things we have out there with the structured data cabling, new PA clock system, upgrade the automation system, and renovate the old main office into some of the sped services areas out there. With that, this is kind of some renderings of what we're going to have the media center. Kind of, it's mostly, we're not changing the four walls really. We're just, it's a light and bright, upgrade all the lighting, upgrade the HVAC system, new flooring, and some new furniture, some new furniture over there at Bryan. Along with the corridors, we would replace all the flooring, paint, lockers, lights, ceiling, and PA system, and new data cabling throughout the whole building. This one we're looking at bidding out also this month. This one, or next month, we'll be bringing this forward. The bids will come in and we'll bring it forward to the board in December, at the December 13th, 15th, whichever one it was, meeting. Just a couple renderings of showing what it's looked like. This is the old main office out there that we'll convert it into for these services, student services out there. Sandburg is going to have the same thing as Bryan, except for converting the old office into the student services. Same exact thing, media center renovation, HVAC work, structure cabling, all that stuff. With the emergency generators, one thing that we did look at all these projects get emergency generators put in. The emergency generators for current projects, Jefferson Jackson, are not here, so we have rentals. So what we're doing, we just noted, we're informed this morning that generators are 36 weeks out, so we're going to be purchasing those here in the next couple weeks, and hopefully they'll be in time by time school starts next year. This is kind of looks at some of the renderings of what we're looking at, brighten up the corridors a little bit, along with the media center in there, with light, bright, and furniture. Churchville. Churchville has a couple things that we have to look at here. We're doing the same things just like the other buildings, but we're also looking at media center, or not a media, auditorium addition into the building. We're having some problems with the addition of where we're trying to locate it and some of the costs that we have out there. We're looking at alternate spots right now and start running some of those numbers to look at it. We're still designing that and still looking at that. They had some unsuitable soils out there where we're initially looking at it, some other things out there with the sanitary sewer line and the storm sewers. So we're looking at different location of where to put the auditorium right now. As we look at it, we have the drawings pretty much done for the main office. This shows of some of the corridor renovations, some of the things, and the media center, what we would potentially look like once we do that too. The main office design is pretty much set. We're good to go with that one. We've got that costed out. We're ready for construction documents on that one. That would be a project that we would do. Same thing, it would be done over the summer. So we're ready to bid this one out and have these come in there for the board approval for the bids in December, along with Sandburg and Bryan. As we're still working on it, we don't have a full timeline of what it would be for the rest of the building for the media center, the addition, the corridors, the data cabling, and the fire alarm system. So we are still working on that. We're thinking that this might be a phased project approach, which we did with Edison, which we're doing with Fisher right now, and actually what we've done with Sandburg and Bryan too, where we did some of the work and we came back later, a couple years later, and did the rest of the work. So we're looking at potentially doing that here with Churchville right now as we go through this design. We want to keep some of this project moving forward. We understand that the secure vestibule and the security of the students and staff is one of the priorities, so that's why we have that done right now. We're ready to bid that one out. We can do this as a standalone project, not affecting the fire alarm system and some other things out there right now. So it's kind of where we're at with this project. Any questions on the projects before we get to the next slide? Sorry.
So, thank you for the effort you're putting into the Churchville and exploring different options for it. If you proceeded with the standalone on the main office construction and whatever else you can do right now, and so I'll add that, and then the final numbers for York Auditorium and Bryan Media Center. Will those numbers be available for the Finance Committee meeting at the beginning of November before the board meeting?
We put the estimates at the last finance committee
Okay.
of where we're at right now.
But for-
Unfortunately, with the timing on it, we probably won't get those bids back until like the first week of November, so we might have
Tight.
some preliminary ones, but we wouldn't cost everything through, because if you look at it, we have to look at the lowest responsible vendor for each of the individual projects, and there's times that we do kick out the lowest one because they just don't meet all the bid specs, so it's gonna be very close.
And so for Churchville, I'm trying to just piece out how we make that decision to move forward with the, this, like a stage project, like you said. Is that something that happens at finance or our next board meeting?
We'll bring that at finance at the November 3rd, because
Right.
once we have this ready to go, before we send all these projects out to bid, we do a one-find estimating on it,
Right.
Which ICI does. So then that's on some of the presentations I've done at the finance meeting. I had that column in there is bid day estimate, so we know exactly what that estimate. So then when we bring it to the board, we can say, when we sent it out to bid, it was X amount. Here's what it came in with the bid. So we'll have that.
For November 3rd?
Yes.
Because I don't want to stall the entire Churchville project because we're trying to figure out some other pieces. So that would be great if we could see that and vote to move forward with that part. Thanks, Tom.
Actually, I should add one more thing. With this office renovation, we were out there, we're going to add a couple extra things to it in some of the corridors by the atrium out there. It's a big open space. We're going to convert that into 3 smaller spaces for them. That was something that we could tie in with this, and it'll help them give some more flexibility for where the staff is right now. So, and for those student services out there too.
Yeah, and I think it's great that we can move forward with as much as we can move forward with without the uncertainty of the other projects and the addition in the auditorium areas. But as much as that, as much as we can move forward with right now without change, I think we should.
Anybody else? Comments, questions? Okay.
Hold on, we have one more slide. So there's an update on it's okay.
There's more.
All right, so in consultation with the Illinois State Board of Ed, the Capital Development Board is making $100 million available statewide for grants to public school districts and nonprofit operators of early childhood centers. So the funding's being released in 2 rounds. We're focused on the first round, the $60 million, which will be awarded in late fall of 2022. So District 205 is seeking an award from this grant opportunity to assist in our construction efforts at Madison Early Childhood Center. Currently, as part of Phase 5, Madison is slated for renovations. The additional funding that could be provided from this grant would provide a tremendous opportunity to increase the scope of the renovations, which would provide greater enhancements that lead to student success without increasing costs to the district. Because of this, we recently began meeting with our legislative representatives at Madison to provide a tour and obtain their feedback and recommendations. Earlier today, we met with Representative Deanne Mazzocchi, and will also be meeting with Senator Pappas in early October. We are actively reaching out to schedule meetings with the rest of our legislators in hopes that we will be able to meet with all of our representatives. This grant application opened up in July and it closes October 10th. We're working closely with the principal, Dr. Condrat, on the grant application related to the early childhood programming at Madison, and we're working with White and ICI to do the budget portion of the grant application, and so that we could submit it prior to the deadline of October 10th.
What's the criteria for receiving? What's the criteria for getting it? Awarded, thank you. Thank you for making me sound better than me. Love it.
Well, that hasn't been really put out clearly exactly what they'll base their decision on. We'll certainly try to do our best to address security features and the programming for, the programming for the early childhood, like some of the things that Dr. Condrat would like to see is possibly some additional capacity for even the 0 to 3 age group. So some of that type of programming would be included in this. That wouldn't be included in the current budget, but if we were able to be awarded this grant, we would consider that sort of additional enhancement.
Anybody else? Karen?
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know what the criteria is to be awarded, but, you know, I'm sure Susan is putting together how she's grown the program.
Oh, yes,
Because that, I mean, that's a big, I would think that's a big indicator for them to award it.
Yes,
Okay. Awesome.
she's explaining as much as she can about the great programming that we have there at Madison.
Right, and how our enrollment has increased based on what we provide, and that's why we need this, and how old the building is, and all that sort of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, she talked today about, she's been here 13 years, this is her 14th year, and when she first started, she had 75 students there at Madison, and now they're up over 300.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Todd. All right, next item is a consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, could I please have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, approve laser engraver; D, first section read 2, Board of Ed policy 2.150; E, first read section 5, personnel report personnel policy 5240; F, first read section 7, students policy 7230; G, first read section 8, school community relations policy 810.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, next item is agenda action items. Item A, approve the resolution adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Could I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 as recommended, and that the President and Secretary be authorized to enact the resolution and certificate of authorization.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any other comments or questions about the budget? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
No.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio? Yes, 6 ayes, 1 nay. Motion passes. All right, item B, approve resolution of the Board of Education transferring money from the Education Fund to the Debt Service Fund. Could I please have a motion for that? This was already discussed earlier in the evening. Have a motion, please?
Yeah. I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the Education Fund to the Debt Service Fund for the purpose of payment of technology leases.
I'll second.
All right, any comments or questions? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item C, approve the strategic plan, District 205 Journey of Excellence.
I move that the Board of Education approve through Phase 2 of the strategic plan as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any other comments or questions? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites.
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. Item D is adopt teacher retirement supplement savings plan agreement. Mr. Welton, could you give us, or maybe it's Mr. Welton, someone, little
I
background?
have Tiffany Pruce
Oh.
here, Director of Business Services here to
Tiffany,
discuss.
welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tiffany Pruce. I'm the Director of Business Services. So I'm bringing before the board the adoption of the Teachers Retirement System Supplemental Savings Plan. It is an item that TRS brought to the Illinois legislature, and it was brought into Public Act 102-0540. It's an optional supplemental savings plan. It's a 457. It's different than a 403B, which we already offer to our employees here at the district. This has been up for, law firms have been going through this with multiple school districts as well as TRS to negotiate the terms of it and what it actually impacts the district. It's been legislated through and approved. We have to mandatorily adopt this for September 30th of this year. It will go into effect for January 1st of 2023. The impacts that it means to the district is it's going to be an additional investment tool that our teachers will have the option to participate in for their retirement. It doesn't have any cost impact to the district. We are simply a pass-through agent, so it is something that they can sign up for. We would go ahead and take those deductions from their paycheck and simply filter them through to the third-party distributor for the 457 plan.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, I guess that was easy.
That was easy. Thank you all.
Yep, thank you. You can tell it's getting late. It's getting late.
What, after 9?
It's getting late. It's 10. Yeah, it's 10. All right. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution approving participation in the TRS SSP, the Associated SSP Employer Participation Agreement, and the Associated SSP Notice to Employees.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any comments or questions? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, item 11, Superintendent's Communication, Freedom of Information Act requests.
1 student settlement FOIA request granted, 1 student expulsion FOIA request not in possession, 1 mandatory reporting FOIA request, no records responsive, 1 policy committee meeting record FOIA request not in possession, 1 finance committee meeting recording FOIA request not in possession, 7 social emotional learning requests within 1 FOIA request, 6 granted, 1 unduly burdensome.
Okay, next item is social media highlights.
So this right here, I just want to point out, our new digital media specialist has really been tracking the hashtags that we're using now for this year. And she added this slide to share with us that they're really being solidified and used throughout the district and how much interaction we've had. And it's just an example of how we're moving towards using data to drive our decisions in communications.
Thank you. Always a nice way. Okay. Board communications, I wanted to mention that the spring Board of Education election petitions are available on the DuPageCounty.gov election website. They can begin to be circulated as of Tuesday, September 20th, and can be filed at the county office on Monday, December 12th through Monday, December 19th. This election cycle, there are 4 seats on the Board of Education up for election. So I wanted to mention that. Packets historically used to be available at district office. They are now, it is all done online. So if anyone has any questions, they can reach out to me or Kathy Schmidt to make sure that they have access to the right information. So just wanted to share that. And does anybody else have anything? Okay, then we have 2 upcoming meetings, October 18th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 o'clock in District 205 Center, and October 26th, 2022, Committee of the Whole Board of Education meeting here at District 205 Center. Please note the time change starting at 5:30. So, well, we're going to start at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. We have come to the agenda, end of the agenda. If there's nothing else, we are adjourned. 10:09.
10 o'clock.